Right. Greetings, everybody. Welcome to another edition of the Breakfast Club, and we have and further people coming on as we move along. Hello, one and all. How are you doing?
Been worse.
Feeling better than I have for quite a long time.
Well,
Hey, Joe, can you crank your mic a little? You're hard to hear.
It's perfectly okay, right, to be happy and celebratory and all that kind of stuff. I mean, we really can't be too smug about it because. But before I make any points I wanted to make, Joe, I think you had something you wanted to say at the beginning of the show to sort of kick things off.
Yeah. Actually, is this better, Kate? Can you hear me better now?
A bit, yeah.
Okay. So, an observation I made today that Philadelphia was the birthplace of American democracy, and today I feel that it's the rebirth place of American democracy.
Do you think that remains to be seen, or we are? I mean, do you feel like we're approaching the corner, or have we turned the corner?
No, the corner's turned. There's already Republicans in Congress already. Tell them. I mean, yeah, he's going to challenge.
We have a bull alarm over here.
He's got no legal merit behind any of it, and even, if they get a few votes here and there, it's not going to change the outcome. But of course, he's going to be a big baby. He's already he fired like 3 people in high position, not because they did anything wrong, just because he's basically doing scorched earth. I mean, this is, to me, that's an admission that he knows he's going. So it's kind of, the big baby it's like President Clark in Babylon 5 when the fleet's coming in and he turns the defense grid on Earth. It's the same thing. So I think it's going to be 7 more days of chaos, but ultimately we're going to be in a better spot.
So speaking about celebrating and all of that, they seem to be dying down now, but for a good long time, everyone outside was just honking. Like, I live near a major road, and it's been constant ever since he crossed 270. Beep, 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 constantly. And I mean, it was fun for the first hour or two, but then I wanted them to stop, Also, Mexican Sprite with real sugar instead of corn syrup. Yay!
Well, Shadow's going to kill you in the comments just said Trump may have one last trick up his sleeve. I think we've been conditioned to be really afraid of that for at least the last 12 months, probably longer. And I don't think that's impossible. I think there's definitely going to be some really unfortunate pushback over the next 75 days. I don't think Trump has any reasonable legal avenues which can possibly overturn what's happened. And so push back all he wants, ultimately, unless they're going to completely dispense with the rule of law, which you can't rule that out completely from Trump. But I honestly think that
can I have one of those?
such a collective sigh of relief. You can almost feel a relief in the air. You know what I mean? Maybe that's just me.
Well, there's something I've wondered about with regard to, say, Trump's motivations, for example. I mean, like, is it just his ego and he doesn't like to lose, or is there also, or instead, more that he's scared of what will happen if he's out of office? Because a lot of people, like, there's plenty he can be prosecuted for, plenty. But of course, that'll never happen. Some president will pardon him or whatever, so he's never going to get in trouble. Presidents never do. But I wonder how much of his calculation in his head right now is I have to stay president to stay ahead of the cops.
Well, it's part of it. And then the thing is, though, is that while, I've heard some people say, well, maybe he'll resign and let Pence pardon him. But the thing is that New York State has a whole bunch of charges brewing. They are all ready to go, and that can't be pardoned by the president. I mean, yes, the governor could, but I just can't picture him doing it.
Which governor is New York now?
What's that?
Who's the governor of New York now?
Governor Cuomo.
Cuomo.
Oh, okay.
Even
after the election, or was that not up this time?
Not up this time.
No,
okay.
So basically it's Andrew Cuomo. He can only be pardoned for federal crimes by the president.
As far as the wall around the White House, Trump didn't build that. I mean, yeah, it just recently went up in the last, within the last year they started building it and stuff. But that was approved while Obama was president. So, yeah, that wall isn't Trump protecting himself. That was in the works before he was elected.
Right. Plus the fact that once the election is certified, January 20th at noon, he's not president anymore. So he has no authority. From that point, he'll have no authority to do anything. So
Well-
at that point, he can literally be trespassed from the White House.
Well, in addition to the whole, Obama started the wall thing, it's not like Mexico paid for it.
No, the wall around the White House.
Yes, I know.
Oh, it's not
It's
like
a
Mexico paid for it. Well, yeah, we all
It's a
paid.
joke.
We're paying for both of them. And what was I going to say? They made me forget what I was going to say.
I wish they'd
Oh,
take
no,
that
no.
one around the White House down.
The Supreme Court. Like everybody's like, oh, he's got a trick up his sleeve. He's going to do this. He's going to do that. So far, the courts ain't giving him shit. And here's the thing: people are like all these friends that he had made, whether it's judges that he appointed or senators that had his back all this time. They have no reason to support him anymore. He no longer has any leverage. He lost all of his power when he lost the election. He has nothing.
Even when he's president, he doesn't really have as much leverage as people think because, quite frankly, a Supreme Court justice in many ways is more powerful than the president. So, if the Supreme Court justices vote against the president's preferred interest, there's fuck all he can do about it anyway, whether he likes it or not. So.
Right.
I mean, as president, you have the bully pulpit.
That's a problem.
Well, the other thing too, and I want to clear up for anyone in the audience that isn't clear, because I heard a few people say, "Oh, well, it doesn't matter what people voted because the Electoral College." The Electoral College does not work the way a lot of people think. What ends up happening is now when you're voting in a given state, and what happens is just a slate of electors. Each party has a slate of electors that's selected by the party. They're generally party operatives. So when you say in the state of New Jersey, there was a Republican slate of electors, there's a Democratic slate of electors, Green Party, Libertarian, whoever else was on the ballot. So New Jersey went to Biden. So so that particular slate of electors who are all Democrats are going to vote. Now, do they occasionally vote differently? Yes, it's called faithless electors. There's never been more than like 3 or 4 in any given presidential election, and never like a whole state wholesale just saying fuck it and voting another way. So the danger of that is pretty damn close to zero. You might get a couple votes, and I guess if it was a really tight election, if we ended up with like a 273 to 267, or 266, that might then maybe you'd have something to worry about, but not in this case. It's just not something that's going to happen. So I wouldn't worry about it.
I'm mad at all of you, by the way.
Okay.
All 5 of you. All 5. I'm mad at you.
Why?
Okay.
Not one of you. Well, Joe, you would already know. Zoom, you'd probably already know too. But none of the other guys, none of you asked me about how my
I was
election
waiting for Joe to shut up so I could. Seriously, that was seriously the next time I had a chance to speak, I was going to ask that. I'm not even kidding.
I did not win, which is fine. I didn't really expect to win. I'm in Trump country. But I did get 40% of the vote, which is
But we've been following you. We've been following you on your Facebook, and we were following AOD and
good. I'm glad.
We didn't have to ask. We already knew.
I pulled off 40%.
Awesome.
It's awesome for here. It's the highest a Democrat has got for that in almost 2 decades. So
there's also some small, strange creature behind you that I think is about to attack. It's in the shadows.
Sneaking up on you. Yeah, I mean, you did really well, Rob. I mean, yeah, it's something definitely to be proud of.
You know what happened? Here's what happened. Right after the election, I said to the executive director of the county party that I wanted to run next cycle. He said, "No, can't run." They had already chosen somebody, a ticket that they're going to support. I saw him today, and he said, "Oh, by the way, you're going to run again. Maybe not this next cycle, but the cycle after, you're going to run again." And I said, okay, I'll get support this time because I didn't get any support from my party. They gave no money. They gave no. I got nothing. I did completely on my own.
Right.
Actually,
And
that's
More impressive.
well. I mean, you say my party. Were you running as a Dem
Yeah.
or some? Okay.
I was I was a nominee of the Democratic Party. So
Well, I mean,
and so but they didn't help me at all. I got no support from the party. No money, no canvassing, no phone banking, no literature, nothing.
Yeah, and this is one of the problems that I have in general with either of the parties, all the parties really. And I understand it to a point. So what they do is that any election, any area where they feel that it's unwinnable, they basically don't put any resources in because they'd rather put the resources in an area that's contested.
My race was considered unwinnable.
Right.
They have basically conceded they were wrong, and it was a mistake to not support me.
Right.
well,
All I needed was 10.5% more.
I would challenge your opponents. Like, say if you're going to insist that you get to be what position was it, like comptroller or something? I don't remember what you were running for, but if he's going to insist, whoever or she, to that they deserve the office because they got more votes, just tell them they're not allowed to play the race card. All right, I'll just be over here.
Yeah.
Got it.
You got no sense of humor. No sense of humor at all. What's wrong with you?
One of the things that helped Obama win in 2008 is that now Howard Dean was the head of the DNC at the time, and he had the 50-state strategy. He says, we're going to fight everywhere. And yeah, sure, we're going to put more resources in the battleground areas, but we're going to make the Republicans fight for everything. And so what ended up happening if you look at what was considered a battleground in 2008 compared to what was a battleground in 2004, 2000, the battleground states were on Republican home turf, not our home turf. Because the problem is when you seed the ground like that, and look, I get like a really extreme place like Mississippi. Okay, you're pissing in the wind, you're wasting, because it's such a big gap. But at least in those other areas, make them fight. So now, like Texas is an area like the Democrats did not put really hardly any resources into Texas because again, for a long time they were feeling it was unwinnable. And look, the strategy they did at least for president worked. But the fact that Texas is as close as it was says, hey, you know what? Next time, put some fucking resources in Texas because you might be able to pull it.
They did make an effort, but I think it was too little too late.
Because I was totally going to mention that the thing that Howard Dean did most for Obama was scream funky, but someone in the chat said it first.
Oh yeah. No, I mean seriously. No, I think Howard Dean was the best DNC chairperson in my lifetime because he had a totally different approach, and it was like don't cede territory to the opposition, make them and so then that's the thing. So the Republicans ended up having to spend quite a lot of money to defend their home turf, and they lost some of it.
Howard Dean's kind of a smug asshole, though.
Yeah, but he was effective. He's an effective smug asshole. I didn't like him as a presidential candidate. But
am I the only one weirded out by the fact that he seems to have no neck whatsoever? And I don't mean like he got chubby and his neck went out. I mean like his shoulders are up here for some reason. Does that weird anyone else out?
No, not me.
All right.
I want to say that so
it would freak me out if I knew what he looked like. I'll have to look it up here.
right before we came on, I was hoping to watch Joe Biden give his speech, but he was just a bit late with that.
Can we watch it live on the show?
I wanted to. I really wanted to see it, but I'll obviously watch it later. But it's really nice seeing like footage of jubilation all over the country. I think a lot of people are really happy, and I think that's important. And I don't really want to diminish that, but at the same time, Trump got more than 70 million votes, which is more than any sitting president in history. All right. So thank God that Joe Biden got more than that, right? Because almost in any election, 70 million votes would have done it for anybody, right? And also, thank goodness. I mean, we've been saying this for weeks because of all the early voting. I mean, thank goodness, right? Thank goodness we had early voting as well established, and so many places tried postal voting for the first time. And here in Colorado, it's, like 6 or 8 years old or whatever now. So it's pretty well established here. I think Colorado declared within a few hours of closing because they count the ballots as they come in. So, but anyway, yeah, so there's a couple of firsts, the sitting president got more votes than any other sitting president. That's a first. Joe Biden got more votes than any other candidate in history. That's a first. He's the oldest person ever to be elected to the presidency. That's a first. We now have a woman vice president elect. That's a first, who also happens to be Black and Asian descent. Wow, So there's a lot to be happy about. But there's, this isn't the end of the. This isn't the beginning of the end. This is the end of the beginning. This is where the work starts.
But I'm not sure we can even do the work. That's the problem. Is because Joe Biden doesn't wanna. Unless
we can only try, right?
True, but unless we have some power to start shoving him out or giving him no choice whatsoever for what he's going to do with his policy, like there has to be. We need some sort of cudgel, something to tell him, look, you got to do it or else, because otherwise he won't.
Yes, in the next 4 years, do something, because if you don't, we're just going to let it go right back to the Republicans or whoever. And you know what? I won't care. I guess if they can't figure it out, if they didn't figure it out this year after this last 4 years.
Well, just imagine what the last 4 years would have been like if we'd had Bernie instead. Because we could have. We totally could have, and it would have been a much, much, much better world right now. I'm sure hundreds of thousands of Americans wouldn't be dead of COVID, literally.
Yes, but we all agree Bernie would have been much better than Trump. But he wasn't the president, so we have to worry about where we're at now. And
right, but the problem,
if we do have the cudgel, because the president doesn't write the legislation, the Congress does. So it's the House and the Senate. So now the Democrats have the House. We're not sure about what's going to happen with the Senate. It's looking iffy, but it's still possible. So what's incumbent on us to do is that we have to not only lean on Joe Biden, but we also have to lean on our representatives in the House. We have to lean on our senators, and we have to call them, write them, protest, and get them to do what we want. Because if enough people, if things pass in the House and Senate with enough votes, they can override a veto. So that's something we need to do to push our other representatives, because Biden's not the only part of the equation.
I know, but still, it's just. I have a feeling a lot of them are going to go along to get along, and I think it's not going to be helpful in many ways. I think there are very few Congress Muppets who are inclined to rebel.
Congress Muppets want to get reelected. So if they believe that people in their districts want certain things, they will support those things because they want to keep their job.
But for how long? How long have they assumed that they'll get reelected anyway, regardless? Most of them arrogantly seem to believe that they don't have to move left, they don't have to listen to the voters, because where else are you going to go? To the Republicans?
Because the average person sits on their ass and they don't call, they don't write, they don't protest, and a lot of them don't vote. So that's why, especially in off-year elections, people tend to sit on their ass. So if we change that and we take some responsibility, we can make that happen.
Wall Street always could have been better, though. The turnout was so amazing this year. I think. Sorry.
Oh, I was saying something, but I'm just kind of ranting. I'm okay. I'm listening. Thank you guys. That was very nice of you. I have a thing that I want to just ask somebody that was in the audience, Republicus, but it's not actually related or really all that consequential. It's just huge pet peeves of mine, and I just want to know because I see them all the time. But has nothing to do. It's I feel like it's changing the topic, and I don't want to hijack the topic.
Okay.
Well, I just really super hate everybody calls Joe Biden Sleepy Joe. There are just some of these arguments that I hate. I actually had one of these before the show in my kitchen, with the whole drone argument, right? But at least President Trump didn't get us into any wars. And I'm like, less than 1,000 people died in all of the drone wars that Obama did. How many people died in COVID? I mean, does it not count as violence if it's here on our own turf against our own people? Is that somehow not violence? I don't know. I'm just saying that. But like Sleepy Joe, I super hate this one. What exactly is it that people think one man was single-handedly supposed to do, Superman, like in all the years of his politics? Like, what do you guys think that he should have done that he did not do?
Actually, there's a lot he shouldn't have done that he did.
That's actually probably more true than he did nothing. So
I mean, like he has voted for.
It works with many people all doing the same thing. No one person makes a bill or writes a policy. Like what?
But if you look at the stuff he's supported in the past, you can get an idea of how he's probably going to govern, and that's part of it. I mean, like Joe Biden has never met a war he didn't like. He's voted for every war this country's ever gotten into, and that was a large part of why I could not support him, is because I want the wars to end, and he won't do a damn thing about it. So, and that's just one item. I could go on, but...
No, I mean, again, you don't have to. I'm pretty familiar with some of those same items that I'm like, ooh, that's pretty cringy and bad. I get it. It drives me nuts that people call him sleepy. I'm like, the guy's a career politician. What do you think he did every day?
They're just saying he's old. They're saying he's old. It's a senile thing. It's not.
Oh, what? So is Mitch McConnell. Fuck, get these people die.
Mitch McConnell's not running for prez, is he?
They need to go, and we just need to have new people that will do a thing.
Well, I mean, it's.
Go ahead, Rob.
No, I was just going to say that, voting for every war. I mean, that's a valid. I think that's a valid criticism. If he has voted for every war that we've had, and maybe even wars that we almost had and didn't have, if he was all gung ho to do it, he's probably still. That's kind of those things. That's a very protectionist kind of. I mean, you're going to jump to the defensive. Some other things though that people criticize about like past policy positions, you have to leave people room to evolve and to grow and to change their minds.
Also true.
So they have to give us a reason to think they will first.
Well, I would agree with that as well. So that's a fair thing to say. Oh, sorry, go Kazoo.
I don't know what I was going to say now. So.
Oh, okay, sorry.
There's probably something about cheese.
What I was going to say is my other half, she loves the term Sleepy Joe. She actually embraces it. She says that's exactly what the country needs, is a bit of calm, stabilizing, just a cup of coffee to set you right in the morning before you actually go on to fix the day, or in this country, fix the country. I know that's where she's at.
We do not have time for a 4-year palate cleanser. We do not have time for a 4-year palate cleanser.
Look, Kay, I will give you this, okay? Joe Biden is the equivalent of presidential Pepto-Bismol, all right? I mean, you're not going to get sick, right now. Okay? It's not going to completely cure your hangover, but you're going to feel better, and you're not going to puke, all right?
Am I, though? I mean, seriously, I mean, that's a lot of assumptions right there. I think that Joe Biden is going to do a lot of things that I really think he shouldn't. But even so, I mean, right now, what we need is not someone to take us back to normal like Joe Biden wants to do. What we need is a dreamer with attitude who's going to take charge and get shit done, which Biden's not gonna.
It's kind of like a way to look at it. There's like two different things that are needed right now. And Joe Biden might be what the country needs right now, but it's definitely not what the world needs right now. So I'm kind of agreeing with you, Kate.
Well, here's the other thing though too, because as far as I think what Paul was saying about his lady's opinion, there's a difference between someone's actions and their demeanor. So when she's saying that she's embracing the Sleepy Joe, she's talking about his demeanor, because he's not frenetic and chaotic like Trump. You can be calm and assertive and get a lot of shit done. You don't have to run around with your hair on fire. And I agree with, and if that's what she means, I sure as fuck agree with that, because we cannot take chaos. I want him to do actions. All the things you want, or at least most of them, certainly all the climate stuff, all that, I'm with you. So I want him to do all those things. He can do that, or anybody can do, or anyone who's competent can do that without running around like a mad person.
irrelevant. Joe has said he won't do these things, or at least he will do them in a too little too late fashion. So, I mean, right there, I'm like, okay, we got to have some way to tell this guy, look, you fucking do it or else, because if you don't, it's not just a matter of like if you don't, the environment's going to go to shit, but also if you don't, you're going to be in political trouble, so I mean, we have to have some way to make him do what we need him to do that's legal and above board.
We've been trying to complain that we do.
We do have a way to do that. We have a way to do that. It's called Congress.
But do we trust Congress to want to?
That's why you go to the Capitol building with a couple 100,000 of your friends with signs, chanting. Stay there every day.
Why we gotta
Here's
keep
the problem with
pressure on,
that,
man?
though. Transportation on a pedestrian, Sacramento's really fucking far away.
So Kate, you're saying this is the most important thing in the world right now.
But you can't get there.
Actually, the most important thing in the world right now is not dying of COVID. God. Thank you. I mean, let's put it this way:
okay,
if it wasn't for the pandemic, I would be cheerfully looking for people who want to carpool. Okay.
People complain about, like, I'm not saying anybody here does it, but people complain about like the protesting and people, but that's part of the process. It's part of the democratic process. So going to the Capitol, or sometimes if you can't get to DC, find your representative's office near you, because there is one near you. They have their office in DC and they have their home office. Go there.
Right.
Because there you can get.
And write.
Okay, have you seen how big California is?
What's that?
I'm just saying.
What district are you in, Kate? Do you know?
Not district. I'm in San Diego.
Well, no, you have a congressional district that you're in.
I don't know. That's all I can tell you is I'm in San Diego.
I'll find out. And then you can find out where your representative's office, because it's right on the website, house.gov, and you can get all this information. In fact, it's even on Bernie's website. Also has a way to search it there.
52nd
so
district.
That's the thing. You want to be an activist, you have to be active, and that means you have to do your part.
Okay. Number one, right, dude, right now, stop, because the way your attitude is, it feels like you're mansplaining. But even if you're not,
well, you obviously don't know what fucking district you're in, so somebody needs to explain this shit to you.
Yeah, no. I lack a factoid, not a matter of procedure, dumbass. I mean, come on. Like that's like saying you don't know how to watch a movie because you don't know the name of one background character.
To make him do it, and there is a fucking way.
Yeah,
I just looked it up.
Right, here's the thing, though. I mean, if I don't know what district I'm in, that doesn't mean I don't know how to fucking protest. I was raised by hippies, okay? I know how to protest.
Well,
the thing is, if I want to go protest people during a pandemic, that's another issue entirely. I don't want to go and do some social distancing, I mean, that's the thing.
Write them, email, and call them. You don't have to go near them.
But you said protesting. I'm talking about that right now. I mean, come on. Right? It's not fair to mention one thing, have me start talking about that one thing, and then saying, but you're not mentioning these other options. Well, we were talking about one fucking thing.
Do what part of it you can then, or shut the fuck up.
Or you shut the fuck up, cunt stain. Jesus fucking Christ, you're an asshole.
You just condescending. You don't know how to fucking get anything done.
You have no clue whatsoever how much of a dick you're being right now.
Oh, no, I'm fully aware.
Okay, then knock it the fuck off, asswipe. Jeez.
Come on, guys. Tone it down. Dial it back down to 11.
Man, I think I hear the monetization and YouTube is going, oh, nope, this one's only suitable for some advertisers, not all advertisers.
Let me say hello to Nathan. Hi, Nathan. Thanks for joining us, man.
Hi, Nathan. Long time no see.
Hi, Nathan.
Or is he not? Hilarious. Right.
I mean, we just have a cool headshot of him there.
Well,
fair enough. But yeah, we have to use our democratic means to fix the system. There's no real choice other than revolution and possible anarchy and possible self-destruction. So I choose evolution over revolution 10 times out of 10. But it's kind of like having to fix the car while you're driving it. And that's the really hard part, because you got to get out to fix the car as well. You got to tinker on it, and it's hurtling down the highway. That's the metaphor I think of it as. It's a bit hard to fix the car when you're in it.
Yeah, I mean, the way I'm looking at this election, and that's what I posted to Facebook about it, was America has basically won the opportunity for a second chance. Now we have to use it. Now it's time to get to work. Now it's not, the hard part begins now.
Right.
But yes, we've earned another chance.
If we fail now, it's on us. It's on us. We can't stop blaming politicians, stop blaming all these other things. It's on us. So
no, there's no doubt about that.
Whatever means, not everybody can do everything, certainly. So whatever means we have access to, we need to avail ourselves of all of them. Like some people, for instance, aren't going to protest because, like for my case, I got to worry about security clearance. I can't afford to get arrested. So I do write, I call, I email, and I send money.
How do you guys feel about some of the things that extraneous things that seem to have come up and now be somewhat in a public conversation as a result of this whole debacle? I know that I posted some of them on my Facebook today, where I was like, these are some of the changes that I'd like to see. And I know you saw that and responded to that earlier today, Joe. But I guess that, those ideas I see, not just, they didn't just like come into my head from nowhere, right? Like I've seen them kind of more and more floating around from my friends. And so I'll just read to you some of the things the sorts of things I'm talking about. This is not by any means an exhaustive list, but there's so many people just saying, like, the idea of abolish the electoral college just seems like it is now huge in the public conversation. One that I've heard but haven't heard tons about, but seem like I'm hearing more, is ranked choice voting. And then there was another one, not mandatory voting. I have heard make voting mandatory, but I've also heard, instead of making it mandatory, the idea that I cannot remember what the term is for it, but it's where you have to have a majority of all possible votes as opposed to a majority of all votes cast. And I don't remember what the term for that was.
Absolute majority.
Thank you.
So what happens if not enough people vote?
Just things like, what about the still defunding, demilitarizing the police, churches? I saw somebody last night on Twitter just be like, there is no way last night I fell down the rabbit hole of watching that chick, I hear the sound of victory. I hear the sound of victory. Like, strike and strike and strike and strike. Angels are coming from south. We're getting angelic backup from Africa. Like,
I'm glad I'm not the only person who saw that, because that was one of the craziest fucking things I've seen in my life.
Was that Michelle Bachmann's little rant?
No,
it's Trump's spiritual advisor.
Yeah, and she was like speaking tongues, and she's like, calling on the Lord, and
here's the thing, right? She was speaking in tongues as if
waka, laka, waka, wuka,
a lot of foreign languages when I lived in London, and no language goes babada, 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 babada. It was so, like, it was just so clearly fake and made up. I know they're all made up, but come on, at least make it sound like a language.
Paul, the reason I was talking before about Michelle Bachmann, though, is because she did go on this unhinged religious rant the other day. I saw it on Right Wing Watch, and wow. So,
well,
Paul, do you remember
Robert? Sorry.
Do you remember Robert Kanta?
Who?
That sounds very familiar.
There was a YouTuber named Roba Bubba Kanta.
Oh yeah,
then no.
Ruba Kanta, sure.
Yeah, that's where she got her name. Was she basically? I think it was Tilton had a little tongues ran, speaking in tongues rants, and he basically said something that sounds like Roba Bubba Kanta, and so she made that her name.
That's awesome. No, but like I saw somebody say, there's no way that her church or whatever it is that she does should in any way be tax exempt. She's literally at a pulpit calling on God for politics, and churches are supposed to be tax exempt because they're not in politics, supposedly. Well, we all know that's a bunch of bullshit, and my opinion is that all churches should be.
Well, have you seen the movie Jesus Camp? Because there's one sequence in Jesus Camp where, no joke, they're praying for righteous judges. And I think there was a sequence in there where they were talking about how George Bush is a holy man and all this crazy crap. And it's just like, really?
Like, if I had my way about it, it would literally be illegal, as in, like, in the same way that you cannot show pornographic material on public television, right? Or, say certain words on syndicated television or whatever. It would be exactly like that when it comes to people discussing their religion with relation to their political whatever they are doing. Keep your religion the fuck out all the way, 100%. You shouldn't be allowed to get on any television that you're Jewish, that you're Catholic, that you're anything.
Okay, I have a thought experiment for you, Sister Danger.
All right.
We lived in a world where you could pass the law you just suggested, right? And what would be the punishment for breaking that law?
I would just say
crime.
No, I would just say like the same type of thing that you get when you do things like say stuff on the radio that the FCC has said is not okay to say on the radio. So if you are a politician and you're, say, running for office, and then you get up there, then you suffer fines essentially for saying things on air that are not okay to say. I'm not saying like write it into the Constitution.
But is this only meant to apply to what gets transmitted on the airwaves, or is it if anyone says anything religious?
No, just in the course of doing your political speeches and the things that are being televised, and when you are stumping and out there, saying this is what my platform is. Part of your platform should not be, I will install Christian judges.
So this only applies to politicians and only during their campaigning.
And only during their campaigning,
okay,
yes.
That's different from what it sounded like at first.
Oh, no. Granted, if I had my way about it, I just think that people should not talk about their religion.
I'm glad to get clarification.
But
clarification, that's all I'm saying.
But I don't think it's unrealistic to say that politicians shouldn't be running on a platform of religion. It's ridiculous, And I think
it would violate the First Amendment. It would.
I mean, there is. I mean, the reverse.
No, it wouldn't violate the First Amendment. What are you talking about?
Free speech.
Freedom of speech, yeah.
Right, but freedom of speech. We're not saying they can't talk about religion. We're saying when you are running or doing something political, that's where you can't be using that time, that platform, that money to be promoting some kind of a religious agenda. That doesn't mean you can't have your religion, doesn't mean you can't talk about your religion, but it does mean it's just like Twitter. It's just like Twitter saying, "Hey, we're gonna."
Yeah, but it's not. But it's not because it still runs. But it still runs afoul of freedom of speech. Actually, not just freedom of speech, also freedom of worship. It absolutely does run afoul. It runs afoul of the First Amendment. Now, the reverse, churches and political speech, that's different. They can have their tax exempt status removed.
I know.
For engaging in political speech. So the reverse, there's kind of some, that's the kind of thing we can do something about.
You're right. If somebody's platform is I'm a Christian and my motivation are Christian values, that's protected speech. I'm sorry. I mean, I hate it. I don't like when someone says that, but it's protected speech.
It's also utterly unenforceable. I mean, people will just come up with code words. I am in support of golden retrievers, and golden retrievers means Jesus. That kind of thing.
You just move the problem along.
Yeah, it's utterly
to a comment. I want to bring up an attention to the comment because I figured that we would get at least one Trumper in the comment section today, and I'm pleased to see one here. I'm going to put the comment up. The election is not over. Wakey, wakey. Okay, I invite you to.
I mean, does that mean that person thinks that we're actually not already woke? Because that's kind of cool. That's what they're always saying. We're apparently always already woke, right? But I guess now we're not woke. I don't know what's going on.
I suspect what's being said is, there's going to be challenges and recounts and blah, 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 that kind of thing. That's my suspicion. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Also, the stupidest freaking thing. Remember what happened, I don't know, 4 years ago? And then how the next thing you know, it's Russia collusion. For the next 4 fucking years, we're sitting around listening to that. Literally, no matter who wins, the other side is like, it was a fraud and the election was stole. Mm-hmm. I think the only thing I believe that was actually stole was Hillary Clinton stole Bernie Sanders. That's the only thing I believe actually was stole. The rest of it,
then Obama later.
There is the possibility that Trump and his administration could try to pull something that would, talking about fraudulent votes and stuff like that. He could pull something out of his ass or out of one of his lawyers' asses that could end up.
The problem with that. No, the problem with that, he has no evidence.
Yeah,
they have claim. They have no evidence. The courts will not even. They won't. They've already said several times, to several cases, that they've thrown them out. They're not willing to hear them because there's no evidence. It's just baseless.
Drew on a piece of paper and pointed to it.
Yeah, right.
Out loud on TV.
It's baseless claims and assertions. They've got nothing.
I don't know precisely how much oversight there really was on the voting process. I know they claimed that Republicans weren't let in the room, and then I seem to remember a bunch of people going, "You mean except for those guys, right?" So, I'm not really sure exactly where that stands, but I think that's going to be Trump's attack, is we need to recount until 4 years have gone by, probably.
Yeah. I think there's definitely going to be an awful lot of pushback, but I don't think, unless Trump and his people are literally completely ready to dispense with the rule of law and basically start a coup from inside the government to take over the government, as it were, and use his Boogaloo boys and people of that sort of persuasion to try to go into submission,
He has literally only one legal thing, and it is extremely unlikely. And based on the way the Republicans are responding, I would say it's not going to happen. And there's something.
Check this one out. There are several fraudulent votes with plenty of evidence. That's
after
the margin is several votes in every state. You're right.
So
after Joe finishes his thought, I wanted to address the fraudulent votes that they're talking about. I want to address them, but Joe, finish.
Okay,
votes too, so
basically, here's the only thing that can happen. Legal Eagle actually covered this about a week or two ago, is that if in each state the votes in each state get certified, so they basically certify the election and say, okay, here's the votes, here's the slate of electors. So now the legislature of those, in not every state, but some of the states, have the power to basically throw out the vote and then put in and then vote and just decide on their own, just vote themselves to what slate of electors they want to choose. They have the legal right to do that. It's not likely, but they could possibly do it. That's it. So that would be the one way. They have to get enough states to basically subvert the will of the voters. And so far, there doesn't seem to be any indication that there's any state legislatures that are willing to do that. Like in Georgia, where again, run by.
I just want to ask the question of if people think that if we know that there are fraudulent votes, isn't that an indication that the systems that we have in place to catch voting mistakes is working?
Okay, it's working, right? And also, through the entire election, there's let's see, 70 and 75. So you're looking at over 150 million votes.
Yeah.
Right. It is close to 160 million votes have been cast. Right. If you've got a dozen fraudulent votes, if you got 24 fraudulent votes, that's less than 1%. That's a lot less than 1% of the vote, which means
0.000.
yeah, 0.0000001%. That means it's not significant enough to have any impact or effect on the election. Is it bad that there's a couple dozen fraudulent votes? Yes. Does it change anything? No. So what? There is a couple of so what? So what?
And,
It
and,
sucks.
and as Amy said, the fact that we know there are is because we got them.
And most of the
Same thing
fraudulent
with
votes,
duplicates.
most of the fraudulent votes that had been found, and not just in this election, in most elections when they find fraudulent votes, they're for the Republicans. So when we talk about cheating, they're the ones that are cheating.
I was watching the BBC News earlier this morning, or maybe it was yesterday, I forget. But like the reporter, she had this American whatever Congress Muppet or something on, and she was asking him, why is the Trump campaign only suing in the states where it would help Trump? Like if there was fraud in every state, why aren't you suing that state, that state, that state? And then the guy said, but they don't matter. We can't win with those states. And she said, yes, but there was fraud. And he was like, yes, but we can't win. It's like the gear in his brain exists to actually say, hey, maybe I should care about justice. That just didn't seem to be a thing for him.
Well, a good example of what Rob was just talking about a few minutes ago. So they caught these guys. They came up from Virginia.
I was going to talk about that.
They were armed. They were in like an SUV, and they had basically fake ballots, and they were going to try to sneak into the Philadelphia Processing Center and dump in a large number of ballots. So again, here these people are, the election's being stolen from us, so I will commit fraud to stop it. That's literally what they fucking did.
Well, there's been a lot of people who honestly, genuinely think that Trump is like sent by God or some shit. So
did you see the people
they
praying?
can justify whatever they want to justify because it's God's will, right? Right?
You just know those guys driving that Hummer up
tell you, mate, God
roads were listening to the banjo music at the time, right?
I just want to say this too. If Trump was sent by any god, that god is perverse.
Loki, then.
There was a video clip of some Trumpers dancing around to Rage Against the Machine.
Yeah. Yeah, killing in the name of. They're literally listening to a protest song that's anti-cop, and they think, because they're so dumb. And the only thing that is, you always call the right wing dumb. I'm like, well, when you do dumb shit like that, it's hard not to call you dumb. I mean, it's not like they have a lot of dumb. Only ones who do dumb things, but they do a lot of dumb shit.
Nathan, are they celebrating where you're at?
Am I celebrating? I wouldn't really call it. I wouldn't really call it celebrating. I'm just. It's like a weight has been lifted off my shoulders.
That's how I feel. I feel relieved.
Because I like when I saw, when it first started happening, I was like, oh damn, wait, is Trump gonna win again? I was like, oh shit, 4 more years of this. Oh well. And then the numbers started coming in. I'm like, wait a minute, what's actually happening? And then finally I'm like, oh damn, he won. And then they're like, no, relax. And then I'm like, but how could he win at this point? And then it's like, nope, wait till all the votes are counted. I'm like, okay, I pretty much expected Trump was gonna try to pull a rabbit out of his hat or out of his ass, as been said before. And he did, and luckily for us, it failed. So I don't know what else he's got up his sleeve, but I'm sure he's gonna try something. And I'm just waiting to see what that's gonna be, and hopefully that will too.
Man, I think one of the funniest arguments that some of these people trying to say that these votes are fraudulent is they say, oh, but never have in all these different places, never have this many people voted. And I'm like, yeah, because they don't want Trump in office. They want to get rid of Trump.
Which is a
Yeah.
fair point, but it's also fair to say that a
anti-Trump
lot of those
votes.
early voters that I was assuming were going to be Biden voters, a lot of them, I think, were Trump voters. They had to be. And that's kind of terrifying. I mean, for me personally, the fact that Trump got 70 million votes takes a little bit of the sort of relief away from, because Joe Biden is going to inherit a country which is
Yeah, I would
really hostile in a significant way to his whole existence and his agenda.
Yeah.
So,
Thing is,
A fundamentally
those
split
results are
country.
very skewed, I think, though, because a lot of the people who don't vote are people like me, although I did vote, who just don't feel like anyone represents them. You know, and then you get the other people who are like, I won't vote. It doesn't matter because I'm just one person, which of course we know is bullshit, but whatever. Point being that maybe if we'd had someone that inspired us, whose policies were close to what we wanted, maybe more people would have gone to vote for them. But Biden kept trying to go after those like middle of the road, like
matter.
centrist
It
types,
don't matter.
try
It
to
don't matter
siphon
now.
off Republicans, and that's not going to work. There's this
Well, it
huge
did.
untapped resource out there. I mean, if you get a
but it-
bunch of people shouting
But it did.
blue no matter who,
Yeah.
and then you get a bunch of people shouting burning or bust, you put
Okay,
those
but-
together and what do you get?
But you said that it doesn't work, but it does work. He won.
Yeah, barely. I mean, that's the thing. It's like
Hey,
this
you
should
know
have been a
what?
landslide.
A win is a-
This
a
should
win is
have
a
been a
win.
landslide. Dude,
You
come
take
on.
what you can get.
Be
You take what you
realistic.
can
Come on,
get.
think
I
about
am.
it.
I am. A win is a
Because
win.
you know
I'll
what?
take a
Because,
win.
no, you're arguing something I'm not, and you're talking the fuck over me, so shut up.
A win is a
God.
win.
I mean,
A win
what
is a
I'm trying to
win,
say
Kate.
here, dude, shut up. Okay, let
No.
me finish.
No.
Seriously, let me
Not gonna
finish
happen.
my
Not
thought.
gonna happen. It's
Because
not gonna
no,
happen.
you keep
It's not gonna
interrupting.
happen. It's not gonna happen. I'm not gonna
Well,
kiss your
fuck
ass
you
because
then.
you
I'm
demand
not
it.
telling
Kate.
you
It's
to
not gonna
kiss my
happen.
ass. I'm
It's not
telling
gonna
you
happen.
that I
Yeah.
wasn't done. I wasn't done. And you couldn't
At this
shut
point
your
in
trap
time, right
long
now,
enough. And I've been
I'm not-
trying to let all of you finish.
I
But if
am
you're
not
going
giving
to
a fuck
jump
right
in
now.
every time, Jesus Christ, what the fuck, man? Come on, give me a chance. All right?
Behold all of my fucks.
Oh, fuck off, Deb. You are such an ass. You really are. I mean, you're the fuck, man. But seriously, I mean, where the hell was I? I don't even remember anymore because he wouldn't shut up. But the point being that there is this huge untapped block of voters that if you were to tap into, you could do better than Biden did, that you can have this certain victory, this absolutely, and because it was up in the air, because Trump got way too much of the vote than he should have, and you know it. So if you wanted to change those proportions, start tapping the left. But of course, you're not going to actually hear the part about proportions because he won. He
I'm
won.
going to Kate. I'm going to agree with
off.
I'm going to agree with Kate. I'm agreeing with Kate. However, so yes, I agree with you, Kate, that those are untapped resources that we should try to reach. I agree with you. Now, here's one thing that I think, now that's a two-way street though, because here's one thing that I think that would help. Now, you vote at least. Now, again, I don't agree with your choices, but at least you vote. So all the people who don't vote at all, they have basically priced themselves out of the market. So if I would rather have somebody, let me finish. You got mad about people talking over you. If the people that don't like either choice, if they voted third party, I'd rather have them vote third party than not vote. Because if they vote for third party and they kept doing it, then because right now, if they don't vote regularly, the politicians don't believe that they're an untapped resource. They're like, fuck those people. They don't vote. They're not going to vote for me. I'm not going to take a chance on them. But if they all start voting third party and you go, geez, 10, 15% of the electorate is voting third party. We want those votes. How do we get those votes? Then they start taking you seriously. Now, at least you're doing your part by voting. So yay for you. And I'm going to give you kudos for that. But all the people that feel like you do and don't and sit on their ass, they're making themselves irrelevant.
I disagree with a lot of your premises right there. I mean, they're not making themselves irrelevant. It's just that they don't know what to do. And we need to tell them what they can do. I mean, what you just said vote third party. That sounds great. But the truth is that most people, when they hear vote third party, they go, that's just a waste. Third parties can't win. And they take that as axiomatic. And that mindset has been something I've been trying to fight against since before 2016, is that third parties can win. You just have to vote for them. And, so I think that actually you have to do kind of what Bernie did and try to appeal to Democrats, try to appeal to this mainstream built-in audience, and then draw in all of those people who feel like they've been abandoned. That's what you got to do.
The problem is nobody's going to let them win. Nobody wants third parties to win. The media's not going to let them win. Okay, let's go back to and this isn't even a third party. Remember when Ron Paul was running, and Ron Paul was someone that a lot of people seemed to like, even people, even if they didn't like him per se, there were people who liked what he was saying. And there were people on the right and left that liked Ron Paul. The media, parts of the media, I think he was like one of the third in line, like one of the debates, he got kind of up there. The media in some places refused to even acknowledge he was there. They would skip him and then go. I think even the Daily Show talked about this, was like, what the, no, they have that kind of power to say, no, it's going to be a Republican or a Democrat. And if it's a third party, we're not going to let that person in. I guarantee you, if a third party candidate actually came up like that, the media and the other two parties will work together to stop them. That's why we got the system that we have now. If you remember when the League of Women Voters had the debates, all kinds of people got in there. Remember when Ross Perot got in, or not got in, but when Ross Perot was the third party candidate and he did so well, after that, they actually saw that third party candidate has the possibility to win, and they put the kibosh on that shit. You have never seen another third-party candidate get that big, and if they even looked like they were going to get that big, I think Bernie was probably the only one. And Bernie had said, just give his votes to Hillary, but they're not going to let a third-party candidate win because that's too crazy for people. And
but Nathan, the point isn't that the third party candidate's going to win. Like I said, in any contested election where we really would make a difference, like I wouldn't, like I said, if it's something like you're going to get Trump or like something like Trump, I would rather people vote against that. However, if in Kate's case, Kate's in a state, it's blue as blue can be, so she votes third party. It's not hurting anything. So basically, and again, I'd rather have somebody vote for anybody than not vote, because again, the politicians look at who votes regularly, and I'm not saying that that's how they should do it. I'm just saying that's what they do.
Well, I mean, that's the thing, though, is in a completely logical, rational world, you definitely have a point. But the problem is we're dealing with humans, and let's face it. I mean, I've said it before, I'll say it again. Most of them were listening to their lizard brain when they decided on Biden. Most of them were thinking nothing more than orange man bad, and it didn't matter what Biden was going to do when he was in office. And I'm sure that a lot of the people, because I made no secret of the fact that I was going to vote for a third party, anyone who had progressive policy, no secret of it whatsoever. And I had a lot of people who would talk about why they want Biden, and most of it, like almost 100%, was orange man bad. And that was the only thing they could say. They couldn't look further down the path, further down the timeline to see what a Joe Biden presidency would mean for the country. Now we have to stare that right in the face and decide whether or not we've made a mistake. And I'm sure that it'll take like 2 years probably before someone goes, yeah, Biden wasn't the best choice in the world, before the Trump fear wears off. But I think eventually those rose-colored glasses are going to come off and people are going to go, yeah, Joe Biden's just more of the same, and that wasn't working before either.
Yeah, but
I wanted to add to what Nathan was saying as far as media. I mean, media it was 92 when Ross Perot ran.
I believe so.
Right?
And
it was 1996 when Fox News and MSNBC came into place. And it's at that point when news media all became about competing for the most views. Before then, CNN was actually kind of decent. But once it became about competition, everything became about what can make the most money. And now, if any candidate, like look what they did to Howard Dean, look what they did to Bernie Sanders.
And John
They're so
Kerry.
powerful. I mean, media somewhat decides who's going to be the primary candidates. The DNC and media. The people don't really have much say.
Now, one other thing too about Ross
Bernie,
Perot,
the media barely mentioned Bernie up until the debates were happening against Hillary. I mean, I was in California in November of 2015, and a friend of mine who's not a dumb guy, had barely heard the name Bernie Sanders, and he said, "Oh, is he that socialist guy?" And I'm like, "Well, no, but yeah." And he's like, "Oh, well, I can't vote for that guy." And I mean, I was like, that was double of fucking exposure to Bernie Sanders, and this was November of 2015. The primaries were like 2 months away.
Well, that's another thing I've been saying for ages, is that the DNC learned all of the wrong lessons from 2016. They thought that it somehow gave them a mandate because the third party couldn't make it or something. And so then, if you watch, like you say, Bernie Sanders got next to no coverage. That's because they figured he was irrelevant. Or if they didn't figure he was irrelevant, they figured they could make him irrelevant by not informing people. I mean, I wonder what an election would look like if people would stop cheating, stop doing shenanigans, all of that. What would that election look like, I wonder? Well, I mean, it'll never happen. I'm just curious.
Well, also, if people were more engaged. I mean, the voters have to take some responsibility. They have to. I'm so sick and tired of this. Again, I'm not having it. I mean, yes, all those things happen, and if none of that's new, maybe it's worse now than it used to be. But I'm not entirely sure that that's true either. But because remember, prior to 72, there were no primaries, or almost none. They were very selective, and it was only in certain states because they're not mandated by the Constitution. So basically, it used to literally be the parties would decide, back room and say, okay, here's, we're going to pick one of these 2 or 3 people. That's how it worked. And then basically what happens is the 68 convention was such a fiasco, and then losing to Nixon was such a fiasco. They said, ooh, we can't do that. So we're going to need to try to do a better job of gauging where the party members are on the various candidates, because basically what ended up happening was you had a contested convention, and it was ugly, and then there was riots in the streets in Chicago, and it was a real mess.
Kate.
What? Oh, sure, no problem. There. Because we were talking about, media and how it's all about telling the best story and money. And I figured, what the hell, this made sense.
Well, I mean, money makes a difference, but it doesn't win. It doesn't in and on itself win your elections. Otherwise, Jamie Harrison would have kicked the snot out of Lindsey Graham, and that didn't happen. So,
well, hell, Bloomberg would have been the nominee if money mattered.
Well, there you go. There you go. I mean, certainly you need there's a certain minimum entry to get in and be able to get attention. I mean, that's no doubt. So you're not going to come in with nothing. But even then with Ross Perot got in debates because he was polling at 20%. That's why. So and of course, why was that? Because he was a rich guy who got on Larry King and got to say what he had to say, and people said, "Oh, that's pretty cool," and so he got some attention. But he wasn't just some random dude. He was a multi-billionaire who got some free airtime, kind of like Trump.
George Wallace got 5 states in the primaries in 1968. Not in the primary, sorry, in the general election in 1968, and but basically running on racism.
Right.
That was, in the aftermath of the assassination of Martin Luther King and everything like that. I mean, the country was, there was a lot of riots that year, and there were a lot of riots in '67 as well. But so third-party candidates, it's not impossible, but that's a really bad example of a third-party candidate who actually got states. You know what I mean? But what I'm saying is, it's not impossible for third-party candidates to win states. And I think if I was a third-party candidate, I would try the strategy of getting all the little electoral college states as much as possible. But the problem is that it's hard to appeal to those people without being what I would consider extreme, personally.
Well,
I was
one
just
thing
about
that,
to say
that should
that.
be mentioned, I suppose. I mean, we've talked about ranked choice voting and the sheer number of people who said, why, sure, I would have voted for Bernie in the primary or Howie Hawkins in the general if it was ranked choice voting so that, my vote didn't get wasted kind of thing. And what I've often been curious about, because the very people that we need to approve ranked choice voting are the very people who depend on it not being so. And I'm not sure what our path forward is. Now, before anyone jumps in, because I know some of you are really champing at the bit already, keeping in mind, of course, that I do not believe that incrementalism is something we have time for, maybe 30 years ago, but not right now. So how would we bull in a China shop our way to ranked choice voting for, say, the next presidential election? And if it's impossible, then what the hell else do we do?
It's doable. However, the thing we have to remember with ranked choice voting is that the voting for federal elections is actually handled by the states. So your Congress creators are actually irrelevant to it. Your state legislatures are extremely important. So what you have to do is write your state, whatever, because different states have different things. Like in New Jersey, we have a state house and we have a Senate. So I have to write to them, contact them, the governor as well, and basically say, I want ranked choice voting. Talk to my local representatives, because even if I can't get it in the overall state, if I can at least get it on the local level and start normalizing it. So I have to go, and so basically I have to deal with local and state officials and get them to do that. And I mean, and so that makes it a little harder because, harder and easier, because we all have to individually, it's not a common group effort, but on the other hand, because it doesn't have to go through Congress, we don't have to worry about the people who are the most affected, which is what your concern was, Kate, which is a valid one. People who are in the House and the Senate, they don't want it because that makes it harder for them to stay in office. So, but thankfully, they're not part of the process as to determine how they get elected. So we have to go to our state representatives.
So I suppose if we went to those state representatives and promised them that it would only be for the presidential election, maybe they'd do it. But I mean, then maybe some of them have a smidge of integrity and would say, yeah, okay, even though it could put my seat in jeopardy, I will do ranked choice voting because it's what the people want. I'd love to believe those people exist.
Even on the state.
So Maine already has it, and the next state that could go ranked choice voting is California, and it's not just for the president. Go to San Francisco, go to Berkeley. Those cities already use it for all of the things that they vote for, except for president. If you want a state to move in that direction,
okay,
start where you
maybe there's a chance, like before the midterms or during the midterms, we vote on it or some shit, and then the next presidential election.
No, talk to your city
council. Yeah.
No. I'm just talking about a timeline right now, not who I talk to.
No, start small right now.
It's difficult. It's difficult to get anybody who's actually sitting in office, sitting in their seat, to want to do this because, yes, you're right, they could be putting themselves out of a job. So one of the things that you have to do, or maybe not you personally, but understood you, one of the things that needs to happen is a conversation in your community needs to start. Somebody needs to start it. Somebody needs to run for an office saying that they're advocating for it. That is part of their platform. Like for me, that was one of my policy positions. It was actually my top one, was ranked choice voting. And it's now something that's being talked about here when it was never talked about before. Right. So I mean, that's how change happens, and it sucks because it's slow, but that's how it happens.
Well, and also too,
the slow part is where it's a deal breaker. That's the hard part.
Well, it can't be a deal breaker. You have to get what you can.
No, you misunderstand me. I mean, because again, it still comes down to the environment and the time crunch we're in with it. We need that now. Right. If we can get that without ranked choice voting, not having to change the president or whatever, great. But
do both in parallel. To work on both things in parallel. But the thing about it is that as far as deadlines go, in order to affect the 2022 House and Senate elections, most realistically would have to try to get it on a state referendum for next November. So you'd have to start working on it now so that it's a ballot initiative for next November. And then if people vote on it, then yay, you get it. In which case, then the following successive election, you would have it for the House, maybe for the Senate. If your state has a Senate election coming up, may not.
Yeah, and the Green Machine is right. One of the things that has to be said to the people who are sitting in their seats now is this is what we want. If you don't vote for it, we will vote you out. You have to make them care about it. It has to affect them. It has to impact them.
See, that's what I kept telling people when it came to Joe Biden. I was like, if you want to move him left, you got to do it now before the election, threaten to withhold your vote so that he thinks he has to come get it. But no one would because Orange Man bad.
But see, I need to point something out that I think people are missing. The majority of people in America are conservative. Even if they're liberal conservatives like myself, there's a lot of conservative energy here. And that's one of the reasons Trump got in. A lot of people who voted for Trump because they were voting against Hillary. A lot of people who voted for Biden voted because they were voting against Trump. So there's a lot of this, I know people are saying we can't just go back to normal, but that's kind of what a lot of people want to do right now. They're looking at everything and they're going, this shit is crazy. And yeah, they kind of want to go back to at least 2016, at least before that shit. They wanted to kind of go, let's kind of reboot this shit and maybe see what we can do from there. And I know that's kind of like probably not what a lot of people want to hear, but that's what I think is on a lot of people's minds. It's like you're not going to have any real progressive stuff happen if there's a bunch of people who are afraid of it happening. That's kind of the thing. And the way it was happening in 2016, people were like, no, fuck this. This is not happening. And they got scared. They really did get scared. We got scared. You guys know.
Scared of what?
Just the way the way the stuff was happening, and a lot of it, and mind you, a lot of it was online, but it was this idea that there was this they're coming to get me kind of attitude that was out there. And
right, but it's not. That's a baseless fear, though. There's not based on anything.
Right, but it doesn't have to be based on anything. People vote with what they see. Perception is reality. Okay. They do what they think is. If they think this thing is out there, then they're going to act on it. And if people keep saying it's out there, I mean, even me, if you look at me, my whole like when you guys met me, I was doing anti-SJW content, even though it wasn't, even though I wasn't like a hardcore conservative. Yeah, I was pointing out the stupid shit that was going on. I'm like, this shit is dumb. Why are they doing this? And that was something that even someone like me was afraid of, because I do content, in my comic books and my films and stuff. I do content that SJWs don't like. I have religious content. I have sex, which is funny. I have sex and religion in like books. I have like religious content, sexuality, stuff that almost everything that I would do, SJWs would hate. And I can imagine one day getting big, because I don't expect to be poor. I expect at some point I will make money. I can expect someday putting that shit out there and one of those people seeing it and going, he said this. And the next thing you know, people are saying, I don't want to work with Nathan Brennan Masters. And I'm sitting here looking like I'm finna kick somebody's ass. And I can't kick somebody's ass because they'll put me in jail.
Nathan, if you had a good publicist, you could always use bad stuff like that to your advantage anyway. Yeah, you have the right people behind you. So, a controversy sells, bro.
Here's one thing to Nathan's point. Now, I think everybody here would agree that Joe Biden is not a socialist, right? I think it's pretty laughable, the idea that he's a socialist, right?
Yes.
However, one of the most probable reasons that he lost Florida is because Miami-Dade, well, we know for a fact, Miami-Dade County underperformed. Who lives in Miami-Dade County? Well, besides the black people, lots of Hispanic people, particularly Cubans. And a lot of Cubans voted against Biden because they got convinced, even though it's ridiculous, they got convinced because because Biden talked to Bernie once. They got convinced that Biden's a secret socialist, and they're fucking petrified of socialism. Now, does that make any sense?
Boy, I sure wish that would work with
Okay,
fucking
hold on.
Epstein.
Hold on.
Yeah.
There's more to this though. I mean, again.
Well, yeah, I'm not saying it's the only thing, but I'm saying it's a part of it.
Okay, but
the
thing is, they polled a whole bunch of people on issues, and every socialist issue that came up without the word socialist in it, people were so for it. It was like 70% of the country. It was some crazy huge majority of Republicans. But the instant you said the word socialist, they fled screaming.
Right,
and again, that's the whole like listening to your lizard brain shit that people did with Trump. Is they reacted through their knee jerking rather than their brain working, and that was the problem.
And that's what Nathan was saying, though, is that people don't vote on rationality; they vote emotionally. That was his point.
Kind of what I've been saying this whole time. I don't know why you're saying it's credit to him down there. I mean, hell, I've been saying it before I was saying it before he was in the chat, dude.
But you did say that. I agree. You did say that. That's my point. That's why I think it was foolish for anybody on the Democratic side. It shouldn't be a third rail, the word socialist. It shouldn't be at all. You're right. People agree with socialist policies, but we really should avoid the fucking word for now because people are fucking dumb and don't know what the word means.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean, a lot of people will go by the dictionary definition, which is to replace the ownership of the means of production, replace the ownership from private to public. And and when people think of that, they think of the countries that have been actual dictionary socialists.
Venezuela.
There's never truly been a truly socialist country.
But especially in
that may be the case technically, but that's not the perception. As we said earlier, perception.
I agree. So. I mean, there's just been a socialist scare in this country for nearly 100 years. People are brainwashed. They're terrified of something that doesn't really exist. Yeah, I mean, and they talk about Venezuela, and that's it's not even like it's basically a dictatorship.
The problem is you can point at Sweden and say more like them, and those people won't digest that notion. They have to have that fear of the hated other.
Yeah.
Well, the thing is, though, when you do point at countries like that, they're not actually socialist.
Well, neither was
They have socialist policies.
I mean, that's
they
the thing.
They have socialist policies, but they're still
But see,
capitalist.
that's the problem is there's all these dictionary definitions and definitional purity and this, that, and the other thing. And you can say socialism and people will pull some like definition out of their ass when there's like 6 or 7 of them. And they go, this is the one I'm going to judge you by. And you can say, but this is the one I meant. Right. And they don't care. So, I mean, and you like the nuance of democratic socialism, and just straight up communism. That was not a distinction they were prepared to make. It was just deeply frustrating trying to talk to these people.
Yeah. I mean, like Mickey Farley said, by that dictionary definition, there are no socialist countries except maybe North Korea. And even then, North Korea is not a socialist country because it's a dictatorship. He owns the entire country. It's not the public. It's not the people that own everything. It's him. Right. So that's not even socialist. So, I mean, there are no socialist countries on the planet. There are countries with varying degrees of socialistic programs. Some more successful than others. Some are extremely successful. When you look at Scandinavian countries, extremely very successful. And then there are other failures like Venezuela. So when there's such a wide range, you can't say, oh, they want socialism, they bad.
Well, and again, the reason why Venezuela fails, again, it's because it's an autocracy. Because most people, and that's the problem, people equate autocracy and socialism, and they're not the same thing. You can have an autocrat, you can have a capitalistic society that's autocratic. We almost had one. So,
I think a problem lies though in some of the rhetoric people are there's a number of people that are saying that we need to get rid of capitalism. I understand that we need to get rid of the bad parts of capitalism, but there are people out there saying we need to replace capitalism, and that's the kind of socialism that people.
Okay, sorry, Kate, but I have to jump in first. When you say that, Kazoom, what do you mean the good parts of capitalism? Which parts are the good parts?
The parts where you make money.
You can make money with
Thank
socialism
you.
as well.
No, I am
Parts that have been successful and have given
the part where I own the direct products of my time and my effort. I mean,
Yes.
like, that is the part of capitalism that is the important part. I am on the capitalism train. Like, that should not ever be misunderstood. I am on that train, but I am not on the let's have some unregulated, let's have some bullshit loophole regulated crap that we have right now, because right now the way that it is set up, it has slowly been just getting ass raped by corporations and our government for the last however many decades, and getting worse and worse and worse. And as a consequence, what are we seeing? We're seeing a huge disparity where we have these just mega billionaires, trillionaire practically, and and then everyone else. And so what I'd like to see is capitalism, but with a I don't think we need to get rid of capitalism, but I would like to see there be a direct connection between what people are maximally allowed to earn, it like in correlation with what our lowest poverty, like a standard of living is. And if those two things, I think, are connected, meaning you could have earned 50 million more dollars this year, but when you look at, say, what our lowest, what does it look like to be in poverty in this country? It's like, instead of letting you have that $50 million, you're going to be capped. You're still going to be rich because you're still getting the products of your work. It's still putting you in this upper bracket, but it is closing the gap back down, and it's directly tying it. There's no reason, like, they literally make so much money that some of the gold lining out of their pockets surely could alleviate the hunger that is going on here, the homelessness that is going on here.
I am completely.
So I mean, we've had this conversation on the show before. That's one of the reasons why high tax rates for the top margins.
Yes.
I mean that'll help alleviate that. UBI is another way to address that. I mean, both of these things together actually could go a really long way to lift people out of poverty and to level the playing field.
Well, that's the thing. Is trickle down economics so totally doesn't work. Trickle up, however, does. Because if we had UBI, people would have money to spend. They'd spend it. The corporations would benefit. They'd expand. We'd have more jobs. Lather, rinse, repeat. But this whole trickle down shit only works if it actually trickles, and they won't let it. They sit on their money like dragons in a castle, in like a fucking dungeon on top of their reward, and they never let it go.
Yeah, Lucas in the chat just said, I think we need to move away from capitalism, but socialism and communism should never be the answer. But we already have socialism in the U.S. We've had it for 100 years.
I'd like to attack Joe for hypocrisy for a second, because I do remember in the past, Joe used to say that we shouldn't come to the table having already compromised halfway. That there were certain politicians like Barack Obama who did that. But if you eschew the word socialism, you're giving away that whole extreme. How much of that extreme are you going to give away before you? Because
Mike, you can do the policies without the label. This is something Kate's actually beat on several times about how we package things. The left are really bad at packaging shit.
Yeah, so, you have to be able to package something, because if you can't sell this to people, everything is marketing, everything is selling. If you can't sell this to people, they're not gonna buy it. They're gonna say, "Oh no, I'm not dealing with that." It's just like they did that whole thing about Obamacare, where people were like, "Do you like this? Do you like this? Do you like this?" People were like, "Oh yeah, we like that." And then they were like, "Do you like Obamacare?" They're like, "No, get that shit out of here." It's like
the left, I've said it for a long time now, the left cannot market itself to save its life. I mean, every slogan they come up with is so easily twisted by the other side, or it's vague enough, like they could have saved themselves a lot of headache by saying Black Lives Matter too. Now, granted, that sounds kind of submissive and probably shouldn't have been used, but at the same time, it would have completely hamstringed the effort to say all lives matter. as if it were somehow an argument against Black Lives Matter, which we know is bullshit. But the problem is that it started with the left wing naming it badly. So and it's not the only time they have. I could point to global warming, which we now call climate change, but that one didn't go over so well because people were like, but it's cold outside. It's just so stupid.
The whole defund the police, that was stupid. You don't say that shit.
Exactly.
Listen, I don't want to see, obviously, Black people shot randomly. I also don't want to see the fucking drug dealers that used to be around my neighborhoods either, because the cops ran those fuckers away, and that's good. So sure. I like that. And when you say defund the police, it's like, whoa, let's be cool with that. How about you do something to get the bad cops out, and then we do something, because I ain't down, because my neighborhood has been changing in the past 10-ish, 20 years, and I want to keep it that way. So
part of the problem, though, Nathan, and I agree with you, but I mean, part of the problem is that people have said reform before, and unfortunately the reform wasn't really real reform, so people don't trust the word reform. So now we need a new term, because defund is obviously kind of like crashing like a lead balloon. So we got to find some other way to do it.
I want to say something here. It relates to what Nathan was saying, and also what Deep Ashtray just said here in the comments on the side. He said, we spent 50 years demonizing communism and socialism. And it's certainly true. And when I was younger, that was perfectly normal to me. But now I'm a bit more wise, and I've lived in other places. And I absolutely agree with Kate and Nathan and everybody on the panel, I suppose, where messaging and getting the message right can make or break almost any policy, right? But at the same time, look what's just happened over the past 4 years. We've had kids in cages now for 3.5 years. They don't
longer.
Sell it to us. They don't try to sell it to us. They just fucking did it, and no one's marched and burned down the Capitol because of it.
Well, a lot of people have been making a big stink about it, that's for sure. Granted, they haven't done anything about it. They haven't protested enough, I'm sure, but it's not like it's completely invisible.
Well, they had all. My
point is that the politicians don't always even worry about whether or not they can sell something to us. Sometimes they're just going to do shit. And when it comes to things like that are definitely in the public interest, but like, for example, in my opinion, universal health care is in everybody's interest. And whether the fucking leaders on the other side of the aisle want to go socialism, it doesn't matter anymore. They called Barack Obama a socialism every single day for 8 years. They called him a socialist, and he was far, far, far from it.
Well, wait a minute. If he was a socialist, it would have been on his Kenyan birth certificate. You know it would.
Yeah, I mean,
something else though that
But didn't Didn't Barack Obama base his presidency on Reagan? He
said he governed like an idiot Republican. He flat out stated it, and that's why I hate him so much.
Yeah, he did the whole community. He's a great communicator. He did the whole talk to the people, and I mean, I don't see how anybody actually people miss that. I mean, he totally did a Reagan
This
thing.
is why I keep saying we need a dreamer with attitude, because Obama's campaign was all about change, and he sounded like he was going to be this great big hope that would bring the country out of the dark ages, and clearly he wasn't what he campaigned on. Clearly.
He sort of did.
Honestly, if I ever meet the man, I'm going to give him a piece of my mind about that crap, because he lied to us. We know he did, and honestly, I could cheerfully see him paying some sort of legal price for it.
The one problem with messaging too, though, is that right-wing thinking is very simplistic and visceral. And so it's easy to package that because the slogans are simplistic and visceral. So it's easy to just come up with, even think about Trump's slogan. I mean, make America great again. That's literally the best you could ever come up with. The idea that America has fallen on our wayside. It's not where it used to be, but I'm going to make it back. How could you top that? Even like the death tax, calling the the estate tax, the death tax. Of course, you're not taxing dead people. You're taxing rich, basically dilettantes who inherit a bunch of shit from their parents they didn't earn themselves. But unfortunately, death tax, because hey, that's how that could happen to me. That's it works. It's very difficult because the stuff that and it's for not only is it packaging because are more nuanced, but it's also why we have a harder time getting together because you think about it, you've got everything from centrists all the way to the far left, and I know there's not a lot of people on the far left, but there's some. We don't have to have that discussion every fucking time, but there's this whole panoply of thought, and we're all sort of on the same side, but there's a lot of nuance, there's a lot of differences, and we differ. And so that makes it harder for people to get behind one another because it's like, well, it's very easy to look at what the other person's presenting and find a problem with it from our own perspective.
Well, real quick, I think I've got a slogan that could have countered Make America Great Again. Make America better than ever. It might have worked.
I think they missed
corny.
the opportunity in demonizing.
Yeah, but Make America Great Again doesn't exactly sound like freaking scholarly writing.
No, but it worked.
That doesn't mean that Make America Better Than Ever couldn't.
So, Michael, what were you saying?
Copy.
Michael, what were you saying?
What I was saying was they missed an opportunity to really demonize the estate tax because they shouldn't have called it the death tax if they didn't want people to like it. They should have called it the black tax.
Damn. Yeah.
Then they really would have had their people behind it. Like, no, we don't like it.
I'm not super thrilled with the idea of an estate tax, personally. Not an inheritance tax. That is, I guess, if that's what we're talking about.
It's the same thing.
Yeah, I'm not super thrilled with that idea. I don't see what the I feel like that's the same type of tax that if I also want to give you $100, I should pay. You're going to have to pay some of that to Uncle Sam.
You actually, that's the thing though, that we do actually have gift taxes. If I just say I was going to drop $100,000 on you, you're going to end up paying taxes on that. Now there's a threshold. Below that threshold, you don't pay any taxes. But above that threshold, if I pop a big wad of cash on you, you have to pay taxes.
Yes, that is true.
Inheritance is really literally the only difference is whether I give it to you when I'm alive or when I gave it to you when I'm dead.
Well, I mean, not really, because you don't actually get it till the person kicks the bucket.
Well, right, but the tax is on the recipient, not on the giver. So if I give you $100,000 now, you're going to pay tax on it. If I kick the bucket and I wrote in my will, hey, give Amy $100,000, it should be the same tax. Whatever calculation.
Oh yeah, I would agree with that.
Well, I don't know if it's like different from state to state. I'm sure it must be this whole death tax thing, but like I right now literally make less than minimum wage off of my YouTube job, but I'm able to stay afloat because I'm not paying rent on this place, which I could go on the whole rabbit hole about that. But point being that like when I register for healthcare through the state, they always ask about 100% of my income, including gifts, before they decide whether I'm eligible or not. So if you were to give someone $100 million right before you die as a gift, I mean, I'm sure there must be a tax on that too somehow.
Well, there is. See, there is a federal state tax, but there's a threshold. Now, I don't remember what the numbers are off the top of my head. It used to be 5 million and 10 million, 10 million on farms and 5 million on other assets. Because the idea is they didn't want to put family farmers out of business. They, if you wanted to inherit your children to inherit your farm, they're like, yeah, cool, we're cool with that. We don't want to screw up, mom and pop farms. But if you're mega ag and you got a $200 million farm and you kick the bucket, yeah, your offspring should probably pay some tax on that.
See, and now I'm thinking of ways to totally break that too, where it's like, oh, there's a threshold. Okay, I realize I'll probably be dead in 20 years, so here's a $10,000 check, which doesn't hit the threshold, and then I'll give you another one in a month, and another one in a month, and do it in installments. We never hit that threshold, except we do. Yeah.
Well, they do that now.
Yeah. Well, then I guess go me for thinking of what they thought of. I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, the thing is, of course, it's on an annual basis, not a monthly. But I get your point. It was like on some time basis. But yeah, so and people do that. In fact, Now, one of the dodges, and this is something that Trump's up on the hook for if he doesn't get pardoned for it, because it's a federal, although he could also get nailed on state taxes for the same thing, is he received, as when he was a kid, he received assets from his father basically it was a tax dodge. His brothers and sisters did as well, and his children have as well. Now, a certain amount of that is legal, but apparently it seems that both him and his siblings and his children have received in excess of the various limits. And there's been, because like one of the things is like Ivanka received income as an employee and then got consulting fees. You can't do that. You can't pay somebody two different separate ways. So technically she's on the hook, and he would be as well for tax fraud.
Hey, can we look at what Mickey Farley in the comments just said? Why shouldn't everyone earn their own way? Why should a child of a multimillionaire get free money that they didn't earn? And I'm wondering if that's a real question, like, or is that just kind of rhetorical?
I'm going to go out on a limb and say, yeah, it's a real question, because that is a very, very common right-wing attitude of why should anyone get anything they didn't earn? And so it's one of the things that I suppose lament isn't strong enough, but
I would not have called that right wing. Actually, I mean, I
so totally is. It's 100% fiscal conservative thing.
Well, with regards to like poor people and whatnot, but the way that is phrased, that to me strikes me as a very left wing thing. That's all. I mean, that.
Okay.
So, I mean, I guess like it's both wings, but in different ways. But
the part I fixated on was the money they didn't earn, the free money they didn't earn part, because you hear that a lot out of right wingers. And, I mean, it seems like the for the greater good or sacrifice for the greater good gear just doesn't exist in their heads or their hearts.
Well, it's interesting because 4 years ago, I went out with a woman who was a college professor, and she was really down with this whole idea that Sister Danger was just talking about. It's much, from my point of view, she was definitely a lefty person. She was raised by socialists and everything. And she was of the opinion that, you can't take it with you, so give it back. Simple as that.
Whom?
Everyone.
But why must it be everyone?
Gave it to you in the first place. Nobody got their wealth from one person. You give it to everyone because everyone gave it to you. That was this whole really sort of I've never heard that attitude before, but she made a really, really academic argument for it that I had a hard time sort of disagreeing with, even though I was sort of raised to believe that, you work really hard to make your children's lives easier. That's how I was raised to believe. You work hard, endow your kids with a bit of a head start, and if every generation does that, 2-3 generations hence, everyone will be prospering.
The problem, though,
I have mixed feelings on generational wealth
about the whole give it back to everybody. Well, but you didn't get it from everybody.
Well,
I mean, that's the thing is and how would that be distributed? What, does the government cut everyone a check from everyone who died and all their inheritance money went to the government?
Yeah, but you probably didn't give it to the people you're going to inherit, who are going to inherit it either. You didn't get it from them either. You know what I mean?
Well, no, but I mean, but that's not the part where I'm objecting. I mean, she said, give it back to everyone because you got it from everyone. Okay, well, I'm trying to figure out how that works functionally, is what I'm saying. The procedures.
Taxes. That's literally what the inheritance tax is.
Just taxes.
Right.
Yeah, I'm not.
But it sounded like their entire
that idea.
That nobody inherits anything; it just all goes to the government.
Right. Well, I think that's what Paul's friend was suggesting, and I'm not suggesting that myself. But she's saying that the inheritance tax should basically be 100%. Now, I don't agree with that, but that's what she's saying.
I mean, what if they give you your childhood home? Do you have to buy it? Like if they wanted you to have the house you grew up in, you can't 100% taxes. You have to pay for it. You have to buy that house that your parents owned. I mean, is that how that works?
Yeah, I mean, I don't agree with it either. But I mean, I would say that there's a balancing act. There's somewhere between 0 and 100% lies the truth. Probably between somewhere between 10 and 30% probably lies the truth. The idea is that you know, because you think about which we're complaining about, you know, the mega rich, the billionaires who clearly they've kept a bigger share of the pie than they were due. You know, I think we can probably, most of us would agree with that. So the idea is say, okay, you got to be a billionaire and you're leaving this $1 billion+ to somebody else. Yeah, you probably got a bunch of that through exploitation. So the state's going to take some of that, not all of it, but the state's going to take a chunk of that. And then we're going to use that to pay for UBI or various programs that help the people on the bottom to kind of redistribute the wealth. I mean, that's the whole point of the estate tax in the first place.
You know, I don't know if that's. I'm thinking about this because I know for. So here's some thoughts that are just sort of bumbling around in my head as I listen to this. One, I think that it is a terrible idea to. One of the reasons I'm pro-capitalism is because we know for a fact that when we study human nature, people become demotivated when they do not have a sense that they can compete, that they can strive, that they can do something, that they can actually come out in a kind of winner idea, or they're the ones that did the thing. So we are competitive as a human nature, and one of the ways that we see success in society is through I guess social ranking, you know, and which is represented a lot by wealth, right? So I think that it's important that we actually keep that somehow, that there is some way that people based on their brains, their skills, whatever it is that they have done, that they can strive and achieve higher than the next person, who that is a possible thing. Okay, so that's just like this thought that is going around there. But also a friend of mine who, and I am gonna really bumble through this a lot because I am not an economist. This is literally what he does for a living though, and he has a lot of big degrees in it and knows a lot about money, and it is his opinion that he has expressed to me in the past that the thing that fucks it all up is actually compound interest. He's like, if you look at the very, very wealthy people and what they do with their money and how their interest gets interest, what it ends up creating because of the things they do with it. And this is like, again, I don't really know the details, but he says it essentially creates, because it only gets bigger and bigger over time. It only gets more and more and grows and grows and grows upon itself until it reaches a point where even countries, for example, that are prospering, that are making money, they will not ever be able to catch up with people that have already been doing this for a long period of time, and those people will just continue to get farther and farther ahead. I mean, he basically, you know, he's just like, truly, money in the world is very, very seriously effed up. Like the economies are all effed up. They're very bad. But and I guess that what that says to me is that if we're gonna think seriously about whether or not there is an implication in somebody inheriting these kinds of dollars, maybe what we should be looking at is which of those dollars were actually the earned dollars versus which of those dollars got given to somebody because they invested them, and that money earned interest, then became a part of the total that earned more interest. Hold
on. I've been waiting to speak since the last time you did, so give me a sec here.
You see what I'm saying, though?
Yeah, I think, though, that really what we need to do is attack this from a different end, from the income end rather than the inheritance end. Because if you look at what happened with the New Deal and all of that, and like after the Depression, CEO taxes went to something crazy like 91%. I don't have the exact numbers. Don't worry about it. It's not important. They were making something like 30 times their lowest employee, where now they make it about 10 times that or 100 times that even. Yes. And it's crazy. So what I think we need to do is to start taxing their actual income so that later when the inheritance comes along, the kids aren't inheriting all that much, a car, a house each, whatever, instead of billions upon billions upon billions of dollars. So really, again, CEO tax, 90%, do that.
That's literally what I've been saying every single time. And
that's not what it sounded like, but okay.
Well, and then to Amy's point, I mean, the whole thing is that what you're talking about there is, and we do have something in for that, but here's where the problem is. There's something called the capital gains tax. So when you make interest on your investments, when you take that money out of the investment, you get taxed on the gain. Now, the thing is, because of 40 years of right-wing policies, the capital gains rate is much lower than the tax on your income, on your normal income. So that means if you earned $100,000 working in a job, you're going to pay a higher net effective tax rate than if you earned $100,000 in interest. So same amount of income to you, but one of them you get to keep a lot more. And so that's the thing. So you talk about the generational wealth. So people who have that generational wealth, who have that compound interest that are just clicking away for doing nothing, for just basically having it into an investment, they're paying less in taxes than the person that busted their ass to earn that money.
Okay.
And that's the problem. If you got your capital gains at the same rate as your income rate, there wouldn't be,
I mean, they have it rigged that capital gains. You don't even have to pay that if you reinvest the money right away.
Right. So, and the capital gains rate, I think the lowest capital gains rate right now, depending on for long-term capital gains, is like 10%. But if you look at the way the tax code is written, if you have to have enough money and have to have it in long enough to get the 10% rate. Everybody else is getting 15 to 18%. So it totally benefits the people who already have huge amounts of wealth and fucks over people like us.
So tax loopholes, in short. Yeah. Okay. Thank you, by the way, for putting better words to that than I have. That is nowhere near my field of breadth and depth of knowledge. So.
Like the shadow's going to kill you just said there. Tax system complicated, yes.
Yeah. It's interesting because the concept of inheriting property has evolved over human history. I mean, it's not an exaggeration to say they used to think that you could take it with you, and they'd bury people with all their worldly possessions and even sometimes family members or pets. Like,
what are we talking? Pharaohs here?
Yeah, pharaohs and others as well, not just the Egyptians. I mean, just ancient people in general. Our attitudes have changed about this type of thing over the eons. I find it very interesting that the whole concept of property as it currently manifests itself hasn't always existed, even though property has to certain degrees. But, I mean, ancient Egypt, for example, had plenty of flaws, namely slavery. But on the other hand, their civilization prospered to a degree that's we don't know in 2,000 years if America will still exist. We just don't know that. We can't know that.
No,
it doesn't, at least not in its present form.
One of the things, real quick, back on the capital gains thing. Now, here's one of the ways they got away with doing it, is again using scare tactics. Because now, if you say you have 401k money and you put in money in your 401k and you save, so you're working, you're taking some of your income and it's getting taken away from you for your benefit, putting into account for when you retire. So that's clicking off for 40 years or so. So you got out. So what they want to scare you on, like, oh well, if we make the capital gains tax rate the same as your income rate, your 401k is just going to get eaten up and you're not going to have any money. Of course, the reality is for most people, their net tax rate is going to be actually around the same of what the capital gains rate currently is, because they don't have a lot of money. You're drawing out $50,000-$60,000 out of a year out of your 401k. The first $20,000 right now is basically effectively not taxed, and then you're paying tax like a low tax rate on the next $30,000.
To incentivize people to put money away, they should make it completely immune from tax in the first place. I mean, because one huge problem whole generation has right now is a lot of people don't have any plans for anything put away for retirement whatsoever. A hell of a lot of people.
Well, the thing is that the 401k already does incentivize you because you're tax deferred. So basically you're not paying taxes on the money today, and then you're paying it later. And the idea is at a time when you're dependent on that income you're drawing out. So you actually pay very little. Most people are going to be paying 10 to 15%, which is no worse than you would be for income. But the thing is that the people at the top, who have the billions of dollars, who are getting $100 million in revenue every year, they're paying 15% instead of that top money should be at the top rate, which even right now is 33.6% or something like that. So they're basically paying less than half of what they would if we counted it as income.
Well,
but
one thing that
you're going to eat up your 401k, and then you're not.
Well, I find it funny how like so many. Well, it's not funny. Ironic maybe that so many people are not putting anything away for the future, but I have been on less than minimum wage. I am the example of why not having to pay exorbitant rent is very much a good thing. Because you can live on almost nothing if you're not paying rent and not paying medical insurance. So, I mean, that's one of the reasons I'm in favor of UBI. That's one of the reasons I'm in favor of Medicare for all, is because I know how those things are going to work, because I've experienced something similar, and I want to see more of it, because I think it would be a great help to people to have more affordable housing. I think it would be a great help to people to not have to worry about medical debt. And that's part of why I was so passionate during this election to get someone who was going to try to implement that shit for us, because that's how... Like I know it works. I know it makes lives so much better. I mean, like I said, I'm making less than minimum wage. I'm not sure I make 13 grand a year, and yet I'm sacking away several hundred in the bank every month. I mean, I couldn't retire on what I have right now because I have had some expenses, but still, I mean, over like how many years will it be before I officially retire? I'll have a nest egg on next to nothing. You know, so I mean, if I were ever a politician, I had a platform regarding housing, it would be find some way to get people cheap, if not free housing. And again, Medicare for all, you already know that one. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I figured out when I first got a job that had 401k that if you could sock away $300 a month at, you typically assume 7% interest, which you can actually, any long term you're really going to do 10 to 11, but just say for sake of argument you go conservative, say 7%. In 42 years, you will have $1 million.
I could totally do that. Huh. Then again, I stand for a fair bit, so.
I love that. No, I love how you just thought about that for a second. Wait a minute, I can do that.
I mean, the thing is, like I've mentioned it before, my parents made some very wise investments a few years ago, and I do stand to inherit a fair bit. It's not like I was never born with a silver spoon in my mouth. My parents and I literally lived in I take that back. When they adopted me, they were living on a commune until my dad could finish the log cabin. I did not start rich, let me tell you, but I stand to inherit a fair bit thanks to my parental units.
Are you going to go get it?
Let me tell you just a deep ashtray real quick. When I talk about interest rates, I'm not talking about passbook savings or any of that garbage. I'm talking about like 401k, something in an investment vehicle, investing in the market. The market does 11% over any sufficiently long period of time. So using 7% as a gauge is actually very conservative and very attainable. So yeah, you're right. If you put in your passbook savings, you're not going to gain anything. You're going to be behind inflation. But if you actually could buy stock or buy better mutual funds over I'm telling you, the market averages 11% over long periods of time.
While we're talking about salaries, just real quick, funny little anecdote. You know how like 5 years ago or so I was on Tosh.0? They did not mention that was a paid gig. And so for the last several years, I've been receiving checks from the Screen Actors Guild. And most of them have been for like $1.30 or something. This one's actually $180.54. I'm assuming the lower ones are for like YouTube revenue or something, but I guess they must have shown it on the air again because $180 is infrequent.
Nice.
Just saying.
Free money.
Maybe you can pay your federal taxes on that.
Actually, well, the funny thing, it did come with a statement, and before it got to me, it was like $340. So,
damn.
Yeah, I know, right?
So, one of the things I wish we could see is I wish we could see and participate in an active way to literally divide, to pay, to, because I don't mind paying taxes. What I mind is that I do not feel like my taxes go to, I can't see where they're going all the time. And when you hear about things like golden toilet seats, you get a little pissed thinking that your taxes went to someone's, someone's King Midas royal butt, right? And I wish we could see a system where, like, let's say I'm just supposed to pay $1,000 in taxes this year or something to that effect, right? And we'll say federal, but you could do it at any level you wanted. And I'm supposed to pay $1,000. I have to pay $1,000. I go to the IRS and I choose from a series of places, because your tax money ultimately gets allocated to programs, to whatever it is that it's going to, the fire department, whatever, gets put out there, that we could see all of those things. And we could say, and the way they get their money, right, is that they say, hey, we need, $200,000 for, new projectors in education this year. Yay, projectors. Am I dating myself? Like overhead projectors, or whatever. And
make sure your kids listen to records while they're sleeping.
But then the idea is that instead of politicians determining where the money gets allocated to, that I get to determine where I am directly going to allocate my tax dollars, because I can go look at the things, and then just like with a little thermometer, like when you're in 5th grade, you start at the bottom, we're going to try to raise $1,000, kids, and then we're going to color it in, and then when it gets all the way to the top, we hit our goal. And then when that happens, though, for say a particular category, that's it. They've reached what their funding request level was. They're full, and now nobody can contribute anymore to it. You have to pick something different. But regardless, though, you still get to pick. So until every place has reached their whatevers.
That sounds like a great idea, and I'd love it if I could allocate my tax revenue where I want it to go. I know it doesn't work that way, unfortunately, but it would be nice to be able to say what your priorities are. Like if I could say, look, none of this shit goes to the military. Okay. I don't like your wars. I don't want to go there. But it seems like the only way to do that sort of thing is either protest or run for office your own darn self, because at this point right now, we have no control over our politicians. They don't have to listen to us again until they're running for office and need our votes. That's the only time.
Imagine if they made a video game out of it. Imagine if you did that, and then you got badges, showing that you gave to this or that.
Sure. But I think the only thing we can realistically do is try to elect people or vote for measures that will do what we want. Unfortunately, all of those things are fire and forget weapons. There's nothing you can do about it.
All right. If we had the ability, right, to decide what we were going to pay for with our taxes, right, and just say, oh, well, I'm not going to pay for this, but I'll pay for this kind of a thing, we would lose all of our schools. Because people already do not want to pay school taxes already. It's one of the biggest complaints that most towns deal with. And and it's really ridiculous shit. We had one here recently where a guy ranted and raved about having to pay taxes on the schools or for the schools, but doesn't have a child that's in the school system, and he's not allowed to use the tennis courts while school's in session. It's that kind of ridiculous shit. So if we had that ability, we wouldn't have our schools.
Yeah, well, sure, but let him go do the thing.
Well, wait a minute.
If that was all that was left, in the way that I'm proposing this, though, let us presume that you're correct. Nobody wants to give any money to education. People, they rush to get rid of their money into other categories or whatever. And then you come along because you're a slack ass, and you're like, I'm going to wait to the last minute to spend my tax money into the categories. You get there, and the only category left is education. Well, guess what? You still have to pay your taxes, and you have to put it into one of the available categories.
But
so if you don't want it to go there, then you better have got there early.
But you, the slack ass, who's the last one to get there and says, "Oh well, I'm going to have to put it in education," isn't going to be enough to cover to carry the weight. And one of the biggest expenses on the local level that you pay your taxes to, the biggest expense for most towns is the school. I mean, that is the biggest expense, and nobody wants to pay it. So if most people don't, and those few people that are left over that have no place else to go to with their taxes is the schools, they still won't get funded. So I mean,
I
there's
think
just no way around it.
I think it depends on what type of city you live in, on like where you live in, because I think there are people like here in Chicago. That's one of the big complaints is the schools are bad, and people are like, there needs to be more money to the schools. And I think here they would pay for that, but I know that there's other places where they don't even like the school. They don't even like the school system in general, and it
like
just
go
wouldn't
to
happen.
Vermont. Go to Vermont. I was raised by hippies in Vermont, and I know everything that place. They care about schools. Believe me. I mean, that's one of the things. Like, if you could allocate your tax money however you liked, I guarantee you that a lot of the people that don't vote because no one represents them on the left are going to be saying, "Fund the schools, fund the schools, fund the schools." Well, you get Joe Sixpack down in the South, like what do we call them? Chad, who's married to Karen, like the gun-toting Walmartian will say military, 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 and not the schools. So there might be some of that balance that we would need for, like getting everything funded. But I mean, that's part of the problem is I very much disagree with the way we've been using our military, the way we've been bloating our military, the way people are using the military for profit and all of that stuff. Between oil and selling military hardware, oh my gosh, people have made out like bandits. I would like to see that curtailed. I would like to see us unbloat the military, which again is not something I can do by saying I want my taxes to go here, there, or the other place unless I get a politician to listen to me about it. But that's one of the things, like I've been thinking about it for years, about the concept of taxes. I mean, number one, you get all those conservatives who are like, I don't want to pay my taxes, I don't want to pay for this, that, or the other thing, I don't want anyone to use my money. I see paying taxes as a very patriotic act. I see it as supporting that land you love so much, and like supporting other people. I mean, you want to make America great again, educate the kids. That would help, but that's not like a gear these people have in their brains is let's sacrifice a little bit for the common good. It's always, I don't want someone fed on my dime, on my money. Well, you pay the taxes into the system to help upkeep the country. It's not your money anymore. It's our money.
Well, I mean, that's the argument.
I just want to know if this person in the freaking comments knows what is actually. That is a hilarious comment. Like, we should readopt the trivium and quadrivium, or however you say it. Like, what?
Well,
do you even know? Do you even know what subjects are involved in that? I mean, like.
Here's the thing. I mean, I know what Amy is proposing sounds nice. It's not really practical. But maybe on a small level, maybe on like a town level, but certainly not on any decent sized level. I mean, if you look at how big the federal budget is, I mean, it's thousands of pages, and it's like literally like 40 books or something like that. There's too many things. You can't get people to scroll down on a page. There's way too many things to be able to actually have it work that way.
Well, that's not true. Don't forget. Once something gets full, take it off the list. It's met its thing. It's full. Take it off. The only way it doesn't work is if you are operating at a deficit and there actually isn't enough money in taxes to cover the budget.
But we've been operating at a deficit for ages. That's the whole point. That's the part of the problem is we're operating at a deficit.
We can't people to read terms of service. I mean,
right. I mean, here's the thing. Even if you were budget neutral, you're still going to operate, at least for part of the year, at a deficit, because the way funding happens is that people pay. If you look at spending curves, is that you end up spending a bunch of money at the beginning and then it peters out. So at the beginning of the year, you're just getting people's payroll tax week after week after week. So you're going to have a deficit a short-term deficit at the beginning, and then the money gets made up later on. So even that's if you're debt neutral. We're not deficit neutral. We got a huge deficit and a lot of debt. So it's just not the federal government is just way too big to do something like that. Like I said, I think it might be interesting on a local level. It might work, but on a federal level, there's zero.
I'm just saying, if they made a video game out of it, it could happen.
Wait, out of whoa! You mean out of the election, out of the race, out of the government? Because there's tons of those.
No, out of spending your taxes. If they made a video game out of people being able to spend their taxes, it would freaking work. You cannot tell me. I've seen the complicated levels of video game playing and math that people do. I guarantee
there are a lot of games that let you allocate taxes, but it's you as the governor rather than you as a citizen. So,
hey guys, I
want to know if any
out.
of you have ever considered making.
Good to see you guys later.
Wait, if we've ever considered what?
Making a tax-deductible charitable contribution to the charity of your choice, thereby avoiding taxes and sending the money to where you think it should be spent.
In fact, I've done it multiple times.
I've done it a lot. In fact.
Money where you want it to be.
But
charities aren't
part of it
necessarily
is
what your money to be.
I don't want my tax dollars spent on certain things, and I'd rather they were spent on other things instead. Like that was the thing, and I'm sure I've mentioned it before, that frustrated the hell out of me about Bernie's campaign, because every time he would say Medicare for all, and they'd say how do you pay for it, he would never go through a list of how you pay for it, unbloat the military, go after big pharma, eliminate private insurance, blah 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 blah. There were so many ways he could have said this is how we'll pay for it, and he just wouldn't fucking do it. And I think if he had, he would have been at least closer to being the nominee. But the point being that I mean, there are ways to do all of this stuff. We just have to be smart enough to do it.
That's not what Mike was talking about. Mike was talking about it saying, hey, because if you give money to a registered charity, then that reduces your taxable income. So it's a way to make sure your money goes towards your money.
I understood him. It's not that I didn't understand him. It's that I saw flaws in what he was saying. And part of that was, I don't want my money spent on the military. And there's no way to say, I'm going to take those military contributions back and give it to the pro-LGBT or whatever, pro-environment, whatever. So there's no way to prevent my money from going to killing people. And that's what I'd rather have.
You can limit it. You can reduce it with those direct.
You can refuse to pay your taxes.
That only works if you're near a tax bracket break anyway. Or if by giving it only really works if you're near a tax bracket break. So if you could give away enough money to then lower your tax bracket,
no, that's not how the progressive tax system works.
You don't want to be that person who achieves not giving their tax money to military like that, because the last person I heard of that achieved that was Donald Trump.
Right.
Oh shit.
Okay. Yeah, but for very different reasons.
Amy, the thing is, even if you give $10 to charity, as long as you're not already below the threshold where you're not paying any federal taxes, then your taxes are going to be reduced. By whatever top marginal rate you're at. So if you're at the 10% marginal rate, you're going to save 10% of it. If you're at the 33.6%, you're going to save that much.
Well, I gave $300 to the Human Rights Campaign.
Good.
So there's that. And gosh, I guess it must have been about 27 smackers to Bernie.
Well, and here's one thing, and this is about we talked before about marginal rates and why, again, another reason why the marginal rate needs to be higher. Now, as an employer, if my right now, like my top marginal rate, like I'm at like the 33.6, whatever it is. If that was higher, just say it was like you said before, even 70%. Well, I'm not going to keep most of that money, so I'd be better off paying my employees more. So then there's less overall tax paid. I'm only losing a little bit because again, 70% was gone anyway. And then now they make more, expands the tax base, or invest in the business, buy equipment, which again still employ somebody else somewhere else making the product.
This is what I look like when I completely agree.
Yeah. But again, that's there's some of the conversations we've had before where I don't think we were on necessarily the same page. At least now we're on the same page. That's good.
Well, yeah. On this specific topic, at the very least, I 100% agree.
Yeah.
which kills the conversation, actually. Let's
I'm
take one of
something
you
else entirely
insult.
different. I'm sorry.
Well, I was going to suggest actually a little different to kind of to Amy's point, a better way to approach it. See, like now, obviously, we need to raise the top marginal rates, but we also should lift where the bottom rates start. So you get a bottom-up tax cut. So this way, because we know people on the lower end of the incomes thing save very little. Maybe not nothing, but they save very little. So they spend most of their money. And of course, that money goes back in the economy and feeds the economy. So that's part of the problem when we do this trickle-down crap, is that we're basically, giving people who already have most of the money a little bit of it back. They can't spend more than they spend. But if it was the other way around, you would probably spend a good portion of it, or you would invest in your retirement or whatever, which again takes a burden off later on. So this way, when you retire, you're not a ward of the state, and we're not paying for you to live in a nursing home or something.
Well, I think a very simple way to gosh, here I am losing my train of thought. Yay. With the whole like helping out your employees and putting all the money in, and the problem with trickle down economics is that they're on the honor system that they're going to let any trickle down. That's the problem. There needs to be some sort of penalty for not doing it. Except that the higher tax rate helps. But to what I remember now what I was going to say. You were talking about raising that lower limit. I mean, isn't Biden's plan that nothing below 400,000, the first 400,000 would be taxed?
Well, they wouldn't have raised
the wealth tax. The wealth
No,
tax.
the wealth tax is going to be on above. I think above that. So basically,
right. That's what I'm saying. Is that you don't get wealth taxed for 400 grand and below.
Right. Now that's not exactly the same thing. It's related, but see what I'm saying is, so right now the bottom rate's like 10%, and I think the minimum income to start paying taxes are at $18,000. So right now is if you make $18,001, you pay 10% taxes on that extra buck. What I'm saying is let's raise that to like $30,000. Because people at the bottom need every fucking penny they have, and even $30,000 a year anymore, you're struggling in most places.
So is it not there?
No, so I'm saying it's not there. No, it's right now. It's about $18,000 at the low threshold.
Well, fuck that.
Right, exactly. You shouldn't be, because that's the thing. If you're making $18,001, you probably already qualify for assistance. So it's kind of stupid. We're going to take $1 away from you and then give you some back. That doesn't make any sense. I'd rather say, hey, everyone below this higher threshold, keep all your money because you need every penny, and then raise the taxes on the people in the upper end.
Where would you put it?
Probably about $30,000.
Really? I honestly, I would have gone higher. I would have said like 80.
Well, see, it depends. In California and New Jersey, 80. Well, probably 60 is probably a better place. But since the federal rate is nationwide, okay, if you live in, like where my family lives in eastern Alabama, $30,000 a year is probably a good cutoff. So, okay, it kind of screws the people in the expensive states, but at least we've got some compromise.
Yeah, but there tends to be more people in those expensive places, and like San Diego, LA, San Francisco. You get like some dude out in Hicksville where there's like 6 neighbors within a 100-mile radius. Why not just let them have a little extra so that the folks in the cities don't go hungry?
Maybe.
I'd rather err on the side of giving people more money than less.
And that's the thing, and that's something we can dicker about. But sure, certainly the bottom, we all agree, and then the bottom number needs to lift up higher than it is to somewhere between 30 to 80, somewhere in there. Probably not 80, but I would probably say maybe 50. But then, and the funny thing is that the amount of tax revenue we get from the people down there is small anyway, so it's we're not even going to miss it. But the right wings, they keep arguing, people making less than $50,000 don't pay that. A family of 4 making $50,000 don't pay much taxes. They need to pay more taxes, while at the same time they're arguing that the billionaire needs to pay less taxes, which is ridiculous.
Well, they don't have that to each according to their need gear in their brain. It's not part of the thinking. It's, if you don't have enough, you have to claw your way up the ladder there, pal. Yeah. And most people can't. A lot of people are in this hole where they have to be so lucky to claw their way out of it, or they have to do it their entire lives till they're like 85. And sure, they leave some of that to their kids so they can have a better life. But that whole like pull yourself up by your bootstraps nonsense that the right wing is talking about sounds great on paper, but it doesn't work when the boots are on the ground.
Well, and the other part about that too, my Aunt Ruth was on welfare in the late 70s, early 80s, right? So, and they always tell you, oh well, you got to work your way off of welfare. Well, at the time, it's different now, but at the time, if you saved any money at all, they would reduce your benefits. So it was literally impossible to save up money to go to college or even like local community school or to do anything, to buy yourself better clothes or uniform. You couldn't save up any money at all. So you were literally trapped. Now during the Clinton era, one thing that changed, and again, you could argue it wasn't the best change, but it was an improvement, is that they kind of made it like there's like a sliding scale, and it's about a 20% overlap that they said, okay, we're going to incentivize you. You can save some money and you can earn some additional income without it affecting your benefits. And then beyond a certain part, it's like a sliding scale. But that was the problem, is that people were totally locked in, and you had this idea that people were going to work their way out of it when we literally built it that they could.
To what? How the fuck, Quintaka? I don't know. What you said there, that the term is meant to be hyperbolic, I assume you mean pull yourself up by your bootstraps. Yeah, I don't care how it was meant. I care how it was used, and the way people use it these days is the way I, described it. So, screw off.
Hey, guys, I'd like to hijack the conversation slightly, because when you said Hickville just a minute ago, it reminded me of something that I wanted to talk about, because now that Biden seems to be the president-elect, no one can accuse me of making this argument because I'm a sore loser, right? It's way past time, in my opinion, to abolish the Electoral College. Hands, yes or no?
Yes. Also, there is a village of Hicksville in Ohio. I just wanted to put that.
Great place for it, although I would have said Kansas.
There's one in.
I've ever since I learned what the Electoral College was, which was when I was 11 years old, I've thought it was just clearly like anti-democratic and wrong. And I honestly thought way back then that it would never last this long. But I take it. Am I right in thinking it would take a constitutional amendment to abolish the Electoral College? Yeah. And that's difficult because that's a pretty high bar.
Yeah,
right?
And for that reason, that's why I agree it should go, but I'm personally not willing to put any energy into it whatsoever, because the threshold is so high, because you need 2/3 of the House, 2/3 of the Senate, 3/4 of the states. As long as the Republicans control more than 1/3 of the House, 1/3 of the Senate, and more than 1/4 of the state houses, ain't happening. Because the
Republicans very nearly when Obama was president, the Republicans had something stupid like 34 states governorships, which is like scarily close to 3/4 of the states. Michael, in Colorado, we had a ballot initiative number 117, where we had to vote yes or no whether we thought the state's electors should go to whoever won the national popular vote. Now, I understand what the goal of this is. If enough states, it doesn't kick in unless enough states agree to it. I get it. But I had to vote no, because for me personally, the argument is, I mean, if you do that, you might accidentally give your state's electors to the candidate who lost your state. And I just can't, in good conscience, if my vote is meant to represent me, I want my vote to count towards the person I voted for, even if my candidate lost my state. But if my candidate won my state and then lost it anyway, it just doesn't seem right to me.
Well, I have to say to Quintaka down there, yeah, I don't need your permission to be a rude bitch, but whatever, hey, thanks for thinking of me. I don't need your advice on a career path. I can pursue bitchery all on my own.
There you go. I see where you're coming from. The other problem with the interstate compact, as I pointed out, I don't know if I pointed out in this stream, but I talked to other friends about it, that unless you get some battleground states and maybe a red state or two in there, it's literally a death compact. Because if there's only blue states It doesn't kick in until there's 270 electoral votes worth, right, of states. If they're only blue states, then the only thing that can happen is that blue states can end up losing their electors to vote for a red candidate who got more votes in the popular vote. The only way it actually could potentially work in our favor, is if there has to be at least some purple states in the compact, so that there's some electors to win. Otherwise, it's pointless.
I voted for yes for the same measure. And my reasoning was I was actually voting in favor of justice versus voting in favor of just the Democratic Party. The 2 times in my life where the popular vote was ignored, the election went to a Republican.
Right.
And what you may be worried about is that time when the popular vote isn't congruous with the Electoral College and a Democrat wins, you don't want to reverse that.
I understand.
Whoever wins that way, they shouldn't be winning that way, even if it's our side, because I'm voting for justice, not just our side.
Right, I get that, but I get my point. My point, there's a lot of people on the left who think that's a way to avoid the left getting shafted again. And if it's only ever blue states that do it, then it's not going to achieve the goal they are trying to achieve. If your justice is your goal, then yeah, that makes sense. If your goal is I'm tired of the left getting shafted because of minority right-wing voters, because the way things are set up, that they have more red states than blue states, and even though there's like 10 people in each one of them, they end up getting disproportionate power. So that's for some people, that's their goal. And if that's their goal, I laud the goal, but the interstates compact's not going to achieve that unless and until we get at least some battleground states involved or some red states.
I have a suggestion. How about both? Both is good. We could do both of those things.
Elaborate.
Well, with the... Oh, never mind. I thought you'd understand. Forget it.
Well, I mean, I know you're making a meme joke.
Well, no, but it's more than that. It is. It's just, I've got memory issues, and I just did a whole bunch of this. So, but no, I mean, there were 2 things you guys were talking about, like they were mutually exclusive, and I thought we could do both of them.
Right.
Not
well,
sure.
I personally, I don't know, the argument you just made for that ballot initiative, Michael, is interesting to me. But I think it's the as it was written anyway. To me, it seemed like the wrong answer to a problem, which I recognize is a problem, but I just don't think it's the right answer to the problem. To me, the best answer to the problem would be to abolish the Electoral College. But I understand it's a high hurdle. And it's another reason the point of the Democrats didn't perform better in this Congress. Go ahead.
I felt like it was toothless. It will probably never get the states required, but it shows that we have this willingness to go to abolishing the Electoral College. If we get a whole bunch of states signed onto this compact, that's another step towards a popular vote.
Well, absolutely. If more than half the states went for an initiative like that at the same time, the Electoral College would more or less be nullified.
No.
Because if you're giving your states to the winner of the popular vote, then the Electoral College would and more than half the states agreed to do that. Depending on the states, I suppose. How many electors we're talking about.
Well, see what I'm talking about, Paul, is as a practical matter. Because right now, if the only way with this, if it's all blue states that do that, then what can happen is that if just say you get something where the Republican gets more popular votes, but since the only states in the compact are blue states, that means blue states that would have likely otherwise given their votes to the Democratic candidate, they will end up giving their Republican. Which, again, if you just care about justice, where Michael's coming from, then that makes sense. But just as a defensive measure, it doesn't gain the left anything. Because
somebody remind me why the Electoral College exists again.
to do exactly what it shouldn't. It exists so that states which are not as populous have don't get like railroaded by the states that have a lot of people in them. It's meant to unbalance the power so that they feel like their voices can be heard.
We don't want to give as much of a
Someone's
voice to
echoing
states
hard, and I can't understand any of you.
we don't want to give as much of a voice to states that have more black people in it. So our country has always been racist.
Actually, that's incorrect, Mike. Because the 3/5 compromise, because the southern states wanted all slaves to count. So basically, they wanted people to get representation without, without actually counting toward representation. They would basically been amplifying the representation of the white slave owners. But so the idea was, okay, well, we'll let you count 3/5 of them because they are people and they are get affected by the policy.
It was the North that were being racist in that.
No, not at all. Because again, the black people did not have the vote. So basically, what you're doing is you're basically saying you're basically giving if they counted all the slave states would have had more power than they ended up having.
Well,
so it was a way to prevent the country from being 100% slave state. That's why.
Yeah, I'm viewing them through the lens of today versus, I guess back then a little bit of a vote was less racist.
Correct. Exactly. That was the thing, because otherwise what would have happened is they would only have admitted slave states, because every time it went to the vote, the slave state would say, no, we're only going to let in a new state in if it's a slave state. So by having the 3/5 compromise, it actually derated some of the power of the slave states. So I know, and that's the problem. I get so pissed off because I hear liberals misuse this all the time. It was not intended to be a slight to black people. It was meant to be a slight to slave owners.
On a slightly different note, earlier today, Kate posted this on Twitter, and I think it's worthy of Breakfast Club discussion.
Yes, okay. That's a map of the the states, the electoral college, if only women voted versus if only men voted, and obviously the blue is the women, and the red is So.
And if you do on non-white women,
that's fascinating.
Yeah, I thought that was interesting too, and I saw that, and I'm like, that does make sense. I would agree with that.
Well, I mean, if this is a genuine reflection of the numbers, I find it kind of disturbing, and it's
super disturbing.
The implications are quite disturbing. I mean, I know I've seen the polls before the election, and it said, men more than 50% of men favored Trump, and that was true for white men in particular. But also Trump seemed to manage to raise his share of the vote of black men and shockingly black women. He went up from 4 to 8%, which is still minuscule, but on the other hand, he doubled his support among that group. You know what I mean? So how does that happen?
Well, white women were about 55%.
Well, and don't forget, I didn't understand this at all, but Latinos very overwhelmingly went for Trump, especially in, say, Florida. Right. And I'm like, I find that difficult to picture someone who is basically told that, you're a rapist who snuck in here illegally and going, oh, that's my guy.
Okay, well, as I explained,
I raised you the map of Arizona, where
abortion and
the tribal nations look just like the breakdown of where Democrats are and Republicans are.
Right.
It's eerily similar.
Religion, abortion, and the specter of socialism, which nobody in the right wing understands. As I mentioned before, in Florida, that hurt because even though there's no way in hell that Biden's a socialist, we know that they believed Trump's lies and the Republican lies that he might be one, or that Harris is one, and she's not either. So that's literally why. But again, I can keep beating on him. They showed the whole thing with women. 55% of white women voted for Trump. So that women thing is a bit skewed. I saw one that showed, again, it was non-white women. It was almost all blue.
Okay, but the point was that if it was all women, apparently the 55% of white women wouldn't have offset it enough to turn those states red, is my point.
Right. But it would even be better if white women didn't vote.
Well, I don't mean to sound patronizing, but I honestly feel that if the women ruled the world, we would be in better shape.
I don't agree with that.
Women give birth to in general.
Speaking as a lesbian who's dated a lot of nut jobs, there are times when perhaps women should not be as in charge as they are at other times. I'm just saying.
Yeah, both sexes can easily be just as nasty or just as awesome.
Sure.
Right, but it's not always a monthly thing now, is it?
Sometimes no. I see where you're going with that cake. Because sometimes it's a power thing. There are some women that I've worked for, female managers, who once they are in a power position, they think they have to prove themselves because they're in that high power position, and they do become bitches. I've worked for a few of them.
Actually, I just meant scenario. Have you ever met a nice female cop, like, ever?
Sure,
actually, yes. But I was in a Police Explorer post when I was in high school, and there was Tanya. She was the K9 officer, and then there was Patsy. She was the patrol car officer, and yeah, they were pretty cool people, actually.
I one time have met a decent female cop, and all the rest of the times they have been just big cunty bitches. That are just like,
and it's a power thing. It really is like a power. I think it's like a power thing because I know some women. Yeah, it's a real power thing. It's like, okay, I'm in power. I feel like I got to be like a man now. No, you don't. You have to prove yourself. You got your position. Well, it drives me nuts. I've worked with a few that, oof, yeah.
Tammy's point about cops. I had a conversation with some people early today. Tombstone, Rational Warrior, was doing his live stream, and I was in the chat. And the one problem with cops is there's tons of rap songs done about black cops because, in order to gain the respect of their white fellow officers, they are often more extreme than even the most racist white cops because they're trying to, it's the whole go along to get along. And so sometimes they can be even worse to black people than white cops are. Not always, but very, very often that happens. And you wonder, like, why the hell you would do that to someone who you would think you'd be more on their side and more understanding, but no. Or Dave Chappelle had a whole thing about that, about gangs, about that one white dude in a black gang is the most dangerous guy in that group. What the hell did he do to get the respect of those gangsters?
I think if there's anything like that in nerd and geek circles, I'm not coming up with anything actually. I mean, maybe getting a high score on Halo. I don't know. It doesn't really come up much.
I was gonna say, that's who I'm looking at too. He's talking about a few things here. Like, women are told that they have to be men by feminists. No, there's some women that have fought for all their lives. Think about the right to vote. Hello.
Sure.
It depends on what it is that women are being competitive about.
Yeah, that's true. There's certain things, and there's not all women that are competitive. Most women are cooperative. You give them it depends on what it is. It really is.
I mean, if you get something like we're I don't know, organizing a big event, all of a sudden teamwork out the ass.
Exactly. Exactly.
But then it's which one of us speaks first, and all of a sudden,
And that's the thing. I mean, men are not more cooperative with one another. Men are more likely to form hierarchies. We seem to like hierarchies. So, whereas women tend to form committees. Again, tendencies, not absolute, but but men are very competitive. Particularly if you get multiple men who think they should be the one at the top of the hierarchy.
Well, it's funny you mention hierarchies like that because one of my favorite, I've mentioned it before, the alt-right playbook, where it talks about the alt-right and how it's very sort of fascisty, and one of the defining characteristics of fascism being a hierarchical power structure. So I guess you're saying not all guys, but there's a tendency for guys to be fascists.
There's tendencies, sure, absolutely.
Oh my God, I hate that saying so much. The power corrupts. I hate that saying. I do. No, I like committees because, with the exception, because I really got to caveat that you must have one person that is the buck stops here decision maker. Otherwise,
Agreed.
you are sitting around for time, till the end of time.
And you go around in circles. Yeah, you go around in circles chasing your tail. Yep, I agree.
I guess maybe committee might even be the wrong word. Maybe something more like a think tank. I like think tank style because I think that at least when I'm doing things off in the real world, like if I'm like talking about my event, for example, where I have tons of, volunteers and there are many different things that are going on. I like to hear everybody's ideas about stuff. Does that mean that I'm going to accept all of those ideas? No, but I definitely want to be exposed to those things and take them all in and then try to come up with the best way forward, right?
But I have a feeling we're dancing around the word community.
What do you mean?
Right, we're trying really hard to not say community, but I think that's what we're describing.
Oh no, I'm not trying to not say that word. I'm actually
just saying.
It just didn't occur to me. I don't know. I guess.
Well, speaking of fascisty men, isn't Brock supposed to tell us why we're all horrible people?
Thank you.
Where the hell is
Assuming
he? That was him. Didn't he leave, or was that not actually him?
I don't know, but I wanted to mention that because he was on all talk and no action. Come on, it's true.
I swear, that what was it, Patronus or whatever the fuck his name was there? I swear that was him, wasn't it?
No. And that's the thing. It's interesting that because Brock was so sure that we were all going to be crying in our beer tonight. And so, again, that's why, I'm not going to call them names, but why I think the way I think about Brock, because, again, lack of integrity, no spine.
Okay, I have to interrupt here because I just want to have a little fun. Q here says, "Shh, I know more than you." All right.
About what?
This doesn't mean everything in the world to me. Hang on, this doesn't mean everything in the world to me, but I've had this thing for 30 years. So this is my Mensa certificate. Because my IQ is in the top 1%.
Uh-oh.
Okay.
I feel like Bionic Dance is over there going, man, I hate those clubs.
Well, no, actually, I mean, Nat's Wing barely qualify to be part of Mensa. Like, I'd be Mensa's bitch. Like, go get the drinks, make the coffee, your IQ is what? Anyway, so, but the truth is, I just don't even know what goes on at a Mensa meeting. For all I know, it's an absolute blast, but it sounds like a snoozer. I mean, what do you do at Mensa?
Well, I would imagine that you do things like, I don't know, argue about chess and maybe whatever came out in like scienceweekly.com is the new thing and whether or not cold fusion is a thing.
I'd rather just join a D&D game. I mean, it's like
I can argue about all those there too.
I'm just saying, yeah.
Mensa is just a networking scheme. Basically, it's you have to qualify by passing the test, but it's just a way for people to connect with each other and make advance through life. It's like it's not. I wouldn't call it a secret society because it's not a secret, but it kind of works in a similar way. You help me, I'll help you, kind of a thing.
Well, like any criminal organization.
Thank you for the certificate.
It's exclusive. There's a test to get in, and you form a community and then connections. It's a frat.
So I got two things. One, we should, those of you who do play D&D, we should consider making a campaign.
Actually, literally everyone in my house. And if you're interested, I bet they would love to play with you. So we should talk after the show.
If any adventure that gets
I'm recruiting
started,
for you.
like after December 10th, we'll have to do without me because unless they're lying again, Cyberpunk 2077 will finally fucking come out, and you won't see me for a month. I swear. So
to Quinta's point, yes, certainly, straight up intellect is not the only thing. Knowledge, experience, and all that are part of the thing. But if you know so much more, well, and I'm sure there are topics which you know more than any one of us, or maybe even all of us, because nobody knows everything. And I don't know that anybody here knows what's your area of expertise or specialty or all that. But if that's the case, instead of throwing spitballs from the gallery, why don't you join the stream, or why don't you make a video for the channel? Just a thought.
I actually do know everything, just not all at once.
You know, I used to say that for years. I one time.
I wish I knew where.
I just have shitty recall.
I wish I knew where it came from. I don't think I made it up myself. I must have heard it somewhere, but I don't know where.
About what?
The thing I just said. I know everything, just not all at once. That one. like that's got to be a line from a stand-up comedian, and I just heard. I don't know. But anyway, so
did you really just show that? Oh my God! What? Oh man, rubbing it in down there.
Well, I was typing.
That'll be up to
I was just getting a screenshot because he's not here. I don't want to talk about him while he's not here, so I'm going to send that to him in our private chat and tag him with it so he can see that I did it.
What you missed, Quinca, I was saying that you probably know more than any one of us about a variety of subjects, and you may know some things about more than all of us. But if that's the case, why don't you either make some videos for the channel or come join the live stream sometime?
I know more than any of you about Joe Dante movies.
I pretty much know it. Anytime somebody says something like that, it's right up there with people telling you how honest they are, how much they can kick someone's ass, how full of integrity they are, right? Like
how cool they are.
Yeah, how cool they are. I'm like, I don't know. The second that you have to tell somebody you're so something, my flags start to go up. I'm not saying it's not true, right? Because, if Elon Musk walked up to me and was like, listen, bitch, I know more about you. Well, no, I know more about business than you do. I'd be like, well, sir, you are right. I mean, it would be true, but there's a history of him proving that. So I guess if I'm just going to buy it off the cuff, as it were, I've got to see some kind of demonstrable evidence, right?
Yeah. Well, Quinca, you were saying you know more than us, but you didn't say what topic, so you tell us what topic you know more than us about.
Yeah, we dare you. Come on, man. Come on.
But you didn't tell us what topic, so you got to, pony up.
Fine, Joe Dante movies then. What two actors have been cast in almost every Joe Dante movie?
I would say, Kate, that with 100% certainty, you know more about Joe Dante movies than I ever will.
I don't even know who that is.
Joe Dante, he directed Gremlins and Inner Space and The Burbs and whole bunches of one of the Piranha movies, actually, I think, which is terrible. Small Soldiers was one of his. Explorers, excellent movie. Anyway, the two actors, Dick Miller and Robert Picardo.
I saw those first two movies, and none of the others, but
wow, it is, and then there's the guy who almost until he died did the score for every Joe Dante movie. Of course, that would be Jerry Goldsmith.
Yeah,
very freaking talented. Love his work.
He did tons of stuff. He did a lot of the Star Trek stuff too.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, in fact, I would say one of my favorites ones is actually for First Contact. That theme, that soundtrack for Star Trek First Contact. That one's pretty amazing.
think I would have to. Oh, Star Trek the show.
But,
Isn't there a movie also
actually,
called First Contact?
I know I've mentioned this before, but have you ever noticed how many music score composer people have names that start with J? I mean, you got John Williams, John Debney, Jerry Goldsmith, James Horner, James Newton Howard. I mean, what the fuck's up with that? It's like if your name starts with J, learn to conduct, and you can. I'm just saying.
Oh my God.
Hey! Since we seem to have somehow and completely surprisingly wandered into the science fiction realms, just everybody, give me your favorite Earth-based science fiction movie.
Tron.
Is that science fiction?
Of course it is. A dude gets like lasered into a computer where he has to fight the like evil programs.
It's
Yeah,
not like cyberpunk or something. It's cyberpunk.
It's cyberpunk sci-fi.
It's still on Earth.
Oh man,
the Earth part makes it hard. Does it have to be unique? Does it have to be only on Earth, or can it be part of the time?
Well, I don't know, man, because like it's tempting for me to go, oh, hey, Planet of the Apes, because that starts on Earth and ends in Earth, right? But they go to outer space in the meantime, so I guess you can't count that. No, keep it on Earth, something that happens on Earth, but it's like sci-fi.
Well, I do really like Tron a lot.
Or something like that, just as an example.
I feel like I need examples though, because
yeah, because I'm having a hard time thinking too.
Independence Day, District 9.
RoboCop, The Adventures of Buckaroo Banzai Across the Eighth Dimension. What? You guys have never fucking seen Buckaroo Banzai? Come on.
So I have to say that T2 is a pretty good, but like that is just generally one of my overall. I love that movie. So unless somebody names something here, I think I have to go with T2 as I will get behind that one. I literally just watched the new Terminator, whatever it was called, with last night.
Genesis.
Last night, I don't know. It's some new one with still with the Linda Hamilton and Arnold Schwarzenegger were in it, and the Terminator is like made of black gooey stuff, and there are enhanced humans in it. What is it? Yeah, what's it called? It's not called Oh Fuck.
No, give me that.
That was an Oh Fuck, I can't remember.
Terminator, oh fuck.
That.
It probably should have been
Terminator. Oh fuck. This time it's personal. I don't know.
I'm not a massive fan of the Jurassic Park films. I'm really not.
I like the first one, but only liked.
Well, see, a cool movie with Natalie Portman where there was like I'm so terrible at remembering names. Oh, Inception's a good one.
Weird Science counts. It meets all the criteria.
How about The Abyss?
The Abyss.
Oh, that's a man.
That'd be a good one. That actually was a cool movie.
All right.
Michael, you're awfully quiet down there.
Back to the Future.
There you go.
Oh, I know. I can't remember the name of the movie. It's like The Day After Tomorrow. I think it's the one with Tom Cruise where it keeps the time keeps looping and it's alien invasion and all. That only takes place on Earth.
War of the Worlds.
No, not War of the Worlds. I would remember that title.
Although that movie was such utter garbage.
I know what you're talking about, Joe. That's a good movie.
Yeah.
Please get over his daddy issues, for fuck's sake.
Minority Report, that one.
Yeah, it's called Edge of Tomorrow. Edge of Tomorrow.
What is the one with Sean Bean and Christian Bale, where they're both like they go out and they hunt old artifacts and books and paintings, and then they burn them. Equilibrium. Thank you. I liked Equilibrium a lot. I don't know if I'd say it's my favorite, but I really liked it.
E.T.
What was Stu's favorite?
qualifies.
Yeah, good one. That's a good one.
So there's that.
Avatar.
Avatar's not on Earth.
Not
not on
even a
Earth.
tiny smidgen on
That's
Earth.
on a planet far, far away. Yeah, Groundhog Day was
Oh,
just
hell,
mentioned,
all of the Mad Max
and,
movies.
and Groundhog Day not only is really interesting, I think it's a great comedy, but it's so fucking existential. It's one of my favorite movies. I really love it.
Fahrenheit 451 is an excellent book. If there's a movie, I haven't seen it.
There is a movie. There actually is another movie.
Well,
of that.
I'm
I've
not
seen
watching it because the book is brilliant and one of my top favorite books.
I love that book too. I'm the same. I love that book too.
What I was saying though, all of the Mad Max movies.
Oh yeah,
qualify.
Certainly, Roadrunner is definitely up there.
Road Warrior, yeah.
I mean, not Road Warrior.
Absolutely. Now, there was one. Okay, I don't know if this counts as sci-fi, horror, just comedy. What about Ghostbusters?
I love Ghostbusters.
I mean, Ghostbusters is a good movie, but I guess I think of it as comedy more than sci-fi.
Well,
Yeah,
there are sci-fi comedies. I'm looking at you, Spaceballs. So,
I
knew it. I'm surrounded by it.
How about The Running Man?
How
about The Running Man?
Wow.
And Logan's Run while we're at it.
Predator.
I think The Running Man is ripe for a remake.
Ooh, Running Man.
Oh, they already did that.
Did they?
Yeah, it had like fucking Schwarzenegger or someone in it.
No, that's the first one. Those were the
Schwarzenegger is the first one.
Was it? Well, I swear they remade it. I swear they remade it.
No, I think they remade Total Recall, and
No, I
that
know they did that, but
is an insult to my senses.
but no, I
Did they still have the
remade
three booby
Running
woman in it? Because I mean, she was iconic for that.
I actually can't remember if they had a three-boot woman in it, but the whole thing takes place on Earth in the new Total Recall, and they go through the center of the Earth, which is just weird as fuck. You know, through the Earth, it's not solid or anything. You know,
THX 1138, dude. THX 1138.
What's that?
The George Lucas movie, the one he did before Star Wars.
Yeah, it's his first one.
It's
his first one.
And
one of his-
actually, never mind.
No love for Predator.
Not yet.
I mean, I like Predator. I don't know that I'd say it was brilliant.
Not brilliant, but it's a good movie. It's a cool movie. I like it.
Well,
Sure, you're going to take another stab at it?
actually, District 9. Did we mention that yet? You
Yeah,
did.
yeah,
Actually,
yeah.
you did. You did.
Hey, how about 12 Monkeys?
12 Monkeys is also brilliant.
Alien Nation.
Oh,
yeah.
Man, I'm looking at
That's
my
kind of like pre-District 9, very similar, but District 9 is a lot darker than Alien Nation.
Blade Runner.
Point about immigration.
The other thing about Alien that I love though is the double entendre with the name. To play on words. Alien Nation and Alienation.
Alienation. Oh yeah.
Actually, Close Encounters of the Third Kind kind of counts.
Yeah.
I was kind of thinking that too.
Yeah, I mean, like at the very end, it's pretty clear they take him to space, but we never really get there. So
I'm with you.
Right. I think that movie's my favorite Steven Spielberg movie for sure. You know.
Kim said in the chat, Blade Runner. That's a good another one.
Well, yeah, but someone else mentioned Mage Grey Wolf mentioned Blade Runner.
Yeah.
So.
And this
one.
Short Circuit.
Yes.
Oh, that's a funny.
I love Disassemble. I love that movie.
And Inner Space as well.
Yeah.
God, I haven't seen it in a long time.
That film Deep Impact is pure cheese, right? I actually love it though. I've watched it about 20 times.
Yeah, it's a good movie.
Watched what?
Deep Impact. It came out around about the turn of the century, and of course, it was about an asteroid that was going to hit the Earth, and the world was about to end. You know?
Well, the thing was, and it was kind of based off of a book called Lucifer's Hammer that was going to get made into a movie, and they ended up doing Deep Impact instead. I really wish that Lucifer's Hammer had been made, though, because Lucifer's Hammer it's from a kind of a different perspective. It follows like 5 different groups of people, and first it's before the impact, and then after the impact, basically how people cope with life post impact. And so it's pretty cool.
I got one for you. Sleeper, the Woody Allen movie.
Oh, I love that movie. That's one of my favorites. Oh my gosh, it's a Woody Allen. That's like his beginning stuff.
So that, I mean, that it's one of the 2 of his movies I've ever sat through.
That movie Sleeper has one of my favorite jokes of all time. Woody Allen's going through some like freeway underpass or something like that, and he reaches inside. I think it's like a Volkswagen that's just sitting there. And he pulls out a newspaper and it says, "Pope has twins."
Can I ask a random odd question since we're all like on sci-fi topics and just talking about whatever's? Thank you. So let's imagine the like end of the world or whatever. Apocalypse happens in some way, shape, or form.
Do we feel fine?
Yeah, actually you do. So good job, now songs in my head.
I'm a helper.
No, okay, where would you, I always think about this when I'm driving around. I'm like, where would I try to live if there was kind of the end of the world and suddenly you could live anywhere? You could live in a parking garage, you could live in a skyscraper, you could go take over people's old houses, kind of like Walking Dead style, just like there's nothing like the human population that was, and so you could literally try to set up shop anywhere. Where would you try to set up shop?
Well, is there radioactivity everywhere or what?
No, I mean, let's just assume that you're able to pick wherever.
Okay.
You know that Star Wars theme park that they made in Orlando that they didn't call Orlando Calrissian? What the fuck were they thinking?
Orlando Calrissian.
I mean, like, I'd start right there.
Depending on how much civilization was left at the bottom of my mountain, I'd stay right where I am at the top of the mountain. I feel pretty comfortable up here.
I mean, like, would you move?
I would go further than Paul as far as up the incline, and I'd be looking for clean water.
He's gonna stand
water to
on
farm
top of a mountain.
Well, I think the idea, though, was where's your fantasy place to live? Not it's practical, where do I get food and water shit. Just where would you set up camp because it'd be cool.
Okay, so if I could magically make sure I could get transportation to that place, I would definitely go someplace hot and tropical with plentiful, abundant food nearby. Maybe someplace like that used to be a banana plantation or something like that, and just eat bananas for the rest of my life.
Can you actually just subsist on bananas? Is that possible?
No.
I'm sure you'd be able to do something.
Certainly not. I remember one time my son ran a marathon and they had these big tables with mountains of bananas on them for the people that run the marathon. And he had like 8 bananas in a row because he just ran a marathon.
How'd that come out?
Of course, he seized over because it like, I don't know, what gave him cramps or whatever. And it was, I felt so sorry for him. He got all that potassium hitting you at one time, sort of,
Yeah, I have a problem now. I can't eat raw bananas anymore, unfortunately.
I've never really liked the taste of banana. It's like the oiliness of them just sort of turned me off, I guess.
I didn't order that.
Hands up, everybody who's tried to smoke a banana peel.
What?
Oh,
No need.
Which should be shocking.
Well, I didn't hear what you said. I'm sorry. I was trying to. They were handing me miso soup.
He was wondering how many people here have ever tried to smoke a banana peel.
Why would you do that?
Because you can get high smoking a banana peel.
What? No.
It was an old urban legend that was never true.
I'm so glad that somebody said that, because if you'd said it convincingly enough at a festival, I probably could be convinced that if you try smoking this banana, you might get like 2. high for 2 seconds, it's going to be like a whippet or something. But and then I could be like, well, it's a banana. There's no way that'll ever show up on any kind of a test. Let's smoke that banana peel.
Well, I mean, this is the sort of shit, again, you pick up when you're raised by fucking hippies.
Well, and speaking of smoking things, what do you guys think about how many places have decriminalized or legalized pot, and then Oregon just being like, screw it, you guys can have mushrooms, heroin, cocaine, we don't care.
Well,
Like,
I think after this week we're going to need it.
I love, Wonder Woman, Princess Leia, Xena, all of those. You could say I'm a bit of a heroin addict.
No, you're fired.
I mean, the thing is, the way I look at it is, one, I mean, obviously I don't want people to get, because obviously heroin you can get addicted and all that. However, I don't understand why we ever made it illegal to be the user, because if anything, if you want to say, okay, drugs are bad and do harmful things to you, then I would view the person taking them as a victim, not as a criminal. So, and there's their own body. So if they're hurting themselves and not hurting somebody else, it never made sense that it was a criminal thing for somebody that what they put into their own body. Because quite frankly, I think if you want to hurt yourself, I mean, obviously I want to help you if there's a way to help you first. But ultimately, I think your body is yours to do whatever the fuck you want with it.
Yeah, but a lot of that was actually, they didn't care so much about the drugs as it was the people who tended to use them. A lot of it was, like a lot of legislation was, we got to get those darkies and those hippies, the ones smoking the reefer. Those are the ones. So we'll make that illegal and we can throw them all in jail. That's what happened.
A lot of it is out of the black codes, exactly. Yeah. And we'll have we know, like the police. Everyone's like, oh, we have to have 800,000 to 800,000 police. No, like a lot of that was slave catchers. We don't need as, and it's really weird to me that anyone in the right wing who has a right wing libertarian mentality that, well, you don't need the government to tell you what to do and to control you and everything. You'd think if I was a right wing libertarian, I'd want there to be as few police as possible. I don't want the state to have a few armed people to exert their power as possible, I would think. But no, they're perfectly fine with the cops as long as they're beating up brown people.
Yeah, there is a lot of the as long as or unless in the directives of the right wing, where it's like, okay, you can do all of this stuff to anybody you want unless they kind of look like me. That kind of thing. That just seems to be, there's a lot of those special exceptions for us.
Then it's government overreach,
Well, I gotta say though, when it comes to libertarians, not like just people who call themselves on the right, but libertarians, they would argue to cut back or even eliminate the police. So,
yeah, and certainly that makes sense that would be the libertarian position. But I run into scant few that actually think that. Well, it's just like the whole gun issue. I mean, anyone who's right-wing libertarian and they're pro-Second Amendment, they should have been out there for Philando Castile. They should have been out there for John Crawford III and said, "Hey, these people were not violating the law, and they were using their Second Amendment rights, and you slaughtered them, and we want justice." And a few did, to be fair, a few, but very few.
They really should have showed up to
really like to do. I'd like to be face to face with a gun nut, NRA member, whatever, and tell them, look, I'm not anti-gun at all. I'm just anti-people getting shot. And if that's my goal, how can we work together to achieve that goal of people not being shot? Good guy or bad guy?
Well, especially the ones that are anti-abortion because they think, oh, right to life. I'm like, well, what about my life? Do you care about the fetus? What about my right not to get shot and killed by some random douchebag with a gun? Doesn't that count?
Great to be able to hold their feet to the fire on those, wouldn't it?
It sure the hell would.
And did you guys just agree with each other?
No, we didn't.
Boy, haven't we come full circle tonight?
Now, but despite our many,
what are you going to say, Michael?
Brazil.
What about it?
The movie?
The movie? Oh yeah,
Yes.
I was going to mention that movie too. That movie's great.
Yes. I love that movie.
Well, does The Stand count as sci-fi?
Oh, that's
The Stephen King, The Stand?
Yeah.
I'd have to say kinda.
I mean, I kind of am up there with kinda, but it's also like I don't really think of all of Stephen King's the Dark Tower series. I don't think of any of that as horror.
Yeah, I've never
I think of
actually
all
read
of that
those.
as like well, I haven't actually seen the movies. I've only read them, so I don't.
Well, I've never seen the movies. I know nothing other than they're by Stephen King. So
it's his Dark Tower series is my favorite bit of, with the exception of The Shining. The Shining was a really good book.
Knockers, yes, that's sci-fi, no doubt.
Oh, DOS.
Well, one movie that wasn't particularly good, but it would qualify at least for the rules we're using was both Judge Dredd movies.
Well,
How about the Goonies?
We're talking Stallone. How about Demolition Man?
Oh, I love Demolition Man.
Demolition Man had a really, really, really good premise, but it was just terribly badly acted, and I'm not so.
Oh, I loved it.
I like the premise of the movie a lot.
I think the bad acting was part of
They
what
set it far enough in the future. It came out in like the 90s, and it was only set in 2015, and it was and yet the futuristicness of it was just like not plausibly 20 years in the future.
In their
You're
defense,
overthinking it. It was just fun.
in their defense, we did just run out of toilet paper.
Well, and if you think about it, Back to the Future was 85, and they were predicting, all sorts of stuff for 2015. And obviously, that I never understand that. If you could set something in the future, and you can set it anytime in the future, give yourself.
No, but he couldn't. He couldn't.
Yeah, right.
He had to set it for when Marty had kids.
A couple of centuries, like in Star Trek or Babylon 5, and you have got a lot of slack to play with there.
Exactly. You put yourself far enough in the future that you can.
I don't know. Well, I mean, okay, that animation project I've been working on for quite some time. I really sort of style it as that kind of golden age sci-fi space opera thing going on. And I've been toying with the idea of just setting it in the year 2000, kind of the way on the Goldbergs. It takes place in 1980 something. Because the year 2000 was always supposed to be this threshold beyond which we'd be living like Jetsons. That's what I was promised all through my childhood, was the year 2000. And, of course, obviously that never happened. But, if somebody wants to say that X will happen on this date, the world will be like this in the future on that date, I say go for it. It doesn't have to be realistic. It just has to be fun.
Well, see, the thing is, like, if you do like the Fallout series, where basically they're saying that the timeline diverged. So the bombs dropped in Hiroshima and Nagasaki. That's where the timeline diverges, and then they have a whole different thing where basically things got nuclear, but everything's still styled on the 50s, and there's still vacuum tubes and all sorts of wacky shit like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's really predictable, though. I mean, everything predicted that.
Although they got the level of CGI way wrong. You remember that big holographic Jaws that was? Yeah.
Well, the thing that they surprised me though was the fact that the screens were the same aspect ratio that we really do use for widescreen televisions.
Well,
they didn't guess television. They didn't guess. No, they guessed that standard 1.85 to 1.
Yeah, isn't that what movies used? Movies were already using that, or something similar.
Movies were using that, yes. But when it comes to there weren't any televisions that were
right. But the people probably modeled the screen in the movie after a movie screen because they were like, "Wouldn't that be cool? Movie screen at home."
Yeah. But they had it. But at least it's something they had right, though.
Sure. Well, and actually, one thing as far as the hologram, don't forget the Tupac hologram that they did a few years back, where he basically did a Tupac show, and it was all holographic, and it was his music, and they basically generated a hologram that looked like Tupac doing stuff and singing and dancing and all this kind of stuff.
They've done it. They've done it with Frank Zappa recently too.
I don't know. I'd have to see it. I never have. Because I mean, I've often wondered how we would do a hologram the way it looks in something like, say, Star Wars, where it just looks like a sort of translucent version of whoever you're seeing. But I mean, I work in 3D stuff. I know that if there was like a translucent version of my hand, you'd be seeing my wrist all the way through the hand, you know, that kind of thing. And so I've wondered, how can you make a hologram where you don't see the back sides of geometry?
You can only make a hologram to be visible from the forward angle, but
Right.
I've got friends who are expert at spinning poi, right? And they've got these special sticks that light up, and you can program the stick to light up in a certain way so that when you're spinning it super fast, it turns into a circle of things you can literally have, like, I don't know, let's just say Mario from Donkey Kong walking along, you know, in the air, just suspended there because the stick is spinning so fast and the light is being done in such a way that if you spin it at the right speed, you'll make this butterfly or whatever the fuck, you know, depending on what you've set it, appear. And you can also make all kinds of weird psychedelic, like three-dimensional shapes and stuff with these lights, you know, but you have to be an expert at spinning poi to do it. I couldn't do it, that's for sure. You know, I could.
Cool.
Right.
It's really cool. It's really super cool.
Trying to picture how someone would make
it's a
like
Japanese
the Star
one.
Wars style hologram, though, where it's literally like you're looking at a 3D representation of the person you're talking to. I don't know how that could possibly be possible.
Well, so holograms work because of light, correct?
Right.
I mean, I've got that. So if your light is, I feel like what you're describing is you're imagining it in your head as looking at the light in this direction as opposed to the light coming from this direction. And if the light is coming from this direction, creating the hologram is upright and 3D all the way around.
Well, what I'm trying to describe, and I've seen a Japanese one, which wasn't someone spinning the poi by hand. It was actually an electric stick. That was about 1 meter wide with a central axis, and it spun really fast. And it had these electrodes that lit up in a certain way. And so, like I said, you could see, like, I don't know, Pac-Man chasing a ghost across the thing, and it would just go across the thing. But it was completely 3D, and you could see it, and you know, the whole thing is programmed. And it's like when you're a kid and you had a little pad of paper and you make like someone jumping over hurdles or some cartoon or whatever, you know, because you spin the paper really fast. It's like that, but with light over plastic. And because it's spinning faster than your eye can see, your eye can only see it like 32 frames per second or something like that. So if it's spinning faster than that, you can't tell that it's moving. It just looks like it's right there. And so the little hologram thing, it's fascinating. I'll have to see if I can find it on the internet, and I'll try and bring it to next week's show.
I think now that you've described it further, it sounds vaguely familiar.
Kate, follow the link that I dropped it in the private chat and also the public chat. It's the Tupac thing. It literally looks like what you're talking about.
Okay.
Follow my link too, because it's screens outside of a Korean building that are wrap around the building that, when viewed from a diagonal angle, create a pretty realistic 3D effect.
Okay.
Here they come for the people in the chat. There's that one. And then this one.
That is just crazy pants.
Oh, shoot.
See what I mean? Doesn't that look a lot like the Star Wars ones? Maybe better.
There's a lot of him like sliding around in unnatural ways.
Right, but as far as just that aspect you're talking about where you don't see the interior, you just see the exterior, I'm assuming it's polarized light. I could be wrong.
I put both those links in the chat.
I'm wondering what it would look like from 90 degrees like to the side, you know?
Right. You need to be facing the right angle, I think, for most of these things to work. But I think there's ways
Which
around
is
it. If you're going to do like a celebrity on a stage, if you had like a cylinder that had all these electrodes in it that you could, and it's like spun really fast, or maybe it wouldn't even have to spin, I don't know, but you could just make the electrodes light up in a certain way to make a 3D effect if it was round, because you could make the depth and everything, but you'd have to be looking at it from a certain angle. I don't think it would work from every angle.
I think you'd also have to find some way to make it not make a shit ton of noise. Because
Right.
I mean, part of the idea of these holograms is to be able to, you know, use them as like chatting with people. You know.
Well, the thing is, Paul, is you could probably, if you had multiple emitters, you might be able to create the effect. So you have like this set of emitters creates this face of this side, this facing of the hologram, and this other set of emitters creates the other facing, you know, and so forth and so on. So you get full coverage.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure there's people better than me at that sort of thing that could design the interface. I could probably animate something for it, but yeah.
But yeah, it's pretty slick stuff. When I first saw that, I was kind of pretty blown away. You know, and it's all automated and all that, so that made me interested too, because like, hey, you know, it's dipping into. I'm on the periphery of that. Well, at least that type anyway.
I'm over here pondering this whole question of. So we recently watched some movie here, and
2047 Virtual Revolution.
2047 Virtual Revolution, I guess is the name of it. I don't know. But one of the things in the movie is basically they're like society has kind of been divided into sort of two groups of people. One of them are virtual world, sort of like in Ready Player One, where everybody just lives in the oasis. That is what they do with their life. And then there's people that still function in the really real world and do stuff and things. And at the end of the movie, one of the quotes from the main character or whatever is, you know, something to the effect of that we've been able to scientifically show that the brain does not have the ability to distinguish between basically a well enough produced illusion or versus actual reality that is happening to it. Like the stimuli is, it perceives them as kind of being all the same. And he makes this comment about how, so what difference does it make to anybody else if I want to live my human lifetime in a virtual reality, like being say totally poor, right? In the really real world, I maybe own a place that is one room with a toilet and a sink or something, shower. But then I have the ability to always be in this oasis place. What difference does it make to anybody else if that is how I want to live my entire human existence, just being able to be in an oasis versus not allowing me to do that and requiring that I, in some way, shape, or form, be a part of the real physically interacting world. And I find that to be quite a fascinating question, like, because I feel like to some degree, I mean, I don't know if any of you guys have ever played Beat Saber, but it's awesome. Sometimes I'm like, I will do this for hours. No, but I mean,
I just got the Green Day pack.
I feel like we're kind of going that direction where we're gonna have something, not dissimilar to the Oasis in the future. And what do you think? Do you think that if people literally want to do that is how they should be allowed to just live, even if like their life expectancy becomes 40 years because they don't exercise, they don't do anything other than live in this virtual reality? If that's what they want to do,
So they're like those people in the movie Wall-E, where they've been sat on their fucking lounge chairs for so long that their bones have actually separated from each other because they don't have to use their muscles in any way.
Yeah, like in this particular show, people had chairs that sort of looked like a super high-tech, like Kate's chair, but, leaned back, and they will just lay in their chair and just be in their, virtual reality, doing, living in their virtual reality.
Talking about Ready Player One.
No. What was it called, Lou?
2047 something.
Yeah.
Virtual
That makes
revolution.
That makes me think a little bit of Larry Niven's future history stuff. He had the concept of the wire heads. Basically, because anything we do for stimulation, ultimately, it's because it causes us to release endorphins in the brain.
Right.
So wire heads have a wire attached to the part of the brain that stimulates endorphin production, and they just plug in literally, and it just stimulates that part of the brain full time. So they just constantly feel that euphoria of endorphins. They call them wire.
It's a valid question about, it gets right to the core of the meaning of life. I mean, is the meaning of life just to have your senses sated, or is the meaning of life to pursue and to expand your experience?
Well, there's something I've said in a lot of my videos in the last few years is life doesn't owe you meaning. I mean, I think that your meaning is whatever you choose to make it.
Of course.
And so many people look to outside of themselves for this alleged meaning, and I think that it's done to their detriment. That it's a lot like when you get religious people saying God has a purpose for you. It's this desire to be led to see something and have it tell you what to do. I guess that makes it easier, less scary, something, I don't know, but it always seems like that's what people are looking for with things like this.
Well, yeah, and a lot of people think that if you don't accept that external purpose, that you're a nihilist. I'm like, no, just because I don't think there's some universal or directed purpose for me doesn't mean I can't invent one myself.
But I think it's a perfectly valid exploration to say, is it enough to just, I mean, surely life is more than just breathing and being comfortable,
but is it?
That's what I'm saying. I'm saying sure, as if it's obvious, because to me it feels like it, but I understand that that's my perspective and it's not a fact. I get that, but
Well, I guess I find it an interesting question, because it's essentially the same question that I think about, and I think is the core question of every time I say, for example, people should be able to do drugs until they die, if that is what they want to do. That, if somebody wants to have nothing other of a life, then they get up, they go to work at McDonald's or wherever, they come home, they eat their food, and then they get onto something like World of Warcraft and play until they have to sleep, and then get up and go to work, make money, and that is literally all they do with their life, and they're okay with that, then who cares? Why do we care if that's what people do?
Should we be comfortable with that level of oppression? I mean, it just because being oppressed, does that make it okay? And I've had this discussion in broader context, for example, about women wearing a hijab, because I know plenty of Muslim women when I lived in the UK who love their hijab and were quite comfortable with it, and it was not a sign of oppression to them in any way, shape, fashion, or form. Yet you cannot divorce that from the history of what it represents. So is it oppression or not? If you don't feel oppressed, are you?
Potentially.
I mean, I suppose that depends on do you know enough to know that there's more to want?
So I've been addicted to World of Warcraft and EverQuest and EverQuest 2. And I went cold turkey in 2010, around the same time I started my YouTube channel. And I used my YouTube channel as my fix of the internet and getting social with people over a screen. And since then, I've become an addiction counselor. And I think there are aspects of these video games that stimulate your brain intentionally the same way that a slot machine would in a casino. And I have treated people who sat at a slot machine for way too long, years of their lives on those penny slots, right? And to me, I feel worse for those people because their game was stupid, in my view.
It just was
I
mind-numbing.
recognize that part of their ability to make a decision was compromised by the addictiveness of the game, right? And part of the programming in the game is that not every time you win, but sometimes it looks like you got close. And what that does is it rewires a part of your brain to think, I'm getting closer to the food. I'm getting closer to the reward. They intentionally program it so that you get these near misses. Right. Same thing with these MMORPG video games. And I just see it from a different perspective of it has robbed people of their ability to make that decision for themselves. They are addicted.
Right. Well, and to that point, you look at people, if you've ever seen interviews of people who escaped from like North Korea, or I used to work with a guy who he was an economist in China until he finally left, basically post Tiananmen Square. And he said basically in these places where the government controls the media, absolutely, and there's very little information that comes through, that a lot of people believe what they're told. So if you live in North Korea and you're indoctrinated in a society that tells you that this is the best that anyone has and everywhere else is worse off than here, you're likely to believe it. It's the same reason why we believe religion when we were a kid, because people tell us that and we trust them, so we believe them. So I would say, yeah, you can be oppressed without knowing it, because if the knowledge of it of that situation is being withheld from you, you may think that that's literally the best that you could have when you're being lied to. So yeah, deception can absolutely make you not aware of the fact that you're being oppressed.
Well, and I think, and I definitely agree that yes, you can be oppressed without knowing that you're being oppressed. Think of, for example, the Truman Show. In the Truman Show, he was perfectly happy doing his thing every single day. He never would have considered himself oppressed until it just so happened that a thing that he wanted to do ran afoul of the parameters in which he was allowed to do things. And then it was now visible. It was apparent that there was an oppression that was going on here. Just because these women wear hijabs, they like them, they don't have any problem with them, doesn't mean that if they were to change their mind, or, I mean, obviously in the UK, they can change their mind, but in other countries in this world, they cannot change their mind. They cannot decide to be out from under that hijab. And if they try to do that, then we see their oppression. Even if while they're doing it, while they're there, they might not want to. The point is that they couldn't if they wanted to. And that means that oppression exists. Even if it's invisible at the time, it's still there.
Right.
So you understand that when someone takes meth, it makes food not even taste like food anymore. It doesn't taste rewarding, so they spit it out, and they just get skinnier and skinnier. Because other things that are rewarding stop being rewarding. When you're plugged into some of these video games, you are no longer able to get rewards from things like your mom coming over for a visit and giving you a hug. That will not reward you at all. So it is causing like irreparable damage to people's lives, the way that these games are so addictive.
Yeah, I don't
how do you identify, if I may, how do you identify when you believe somebody is in fact actually addicted, or they just like to play it a lot?
When we're talking about video games, you're on your own because the science is still out. There is no approved criteria for me to judge people as being video game addicts. The best criteria I have is your parents want to send you to a camp.
Well, I mean, one thing I'm curious, Mike, and obviously you got expertise in this, but I mean, it seems to me compulsive behavior, if you have the inability to control it, and when you have other priorities and then you let those priorities slide, like for instance, okay, here's an obvious one: someone who smokes. they cough and they go, oh, gee, they know that hey, if I keep smoking, it's gonna shorten my life and gonna give me, might get cancer, might get emphysema, all these other things, and they desperately want to not smoke anymore, but they keep doing it because it's compulsive behavior. Same thing, I mentioned before with food, and food is a tough one because you don't have to drink, no one has to drink alcohol to survive. No one has to smoke a cigarette to survive, but you have to eat food at least a little bit, pretty much every day. And so it's like, but you have to eat the right kinds of food in the right amounts. And if you do the wrong thing, and some people can just eat like a horse and it doesn't affect them. Other people watch them and they gain weight. So it's very tough. And so being able to control it, and that's why I've argued with people that say, oh well, food is an addiction. I'm like, because they get hung up on the culpability or the responsibility. Like, hey, everything I've ever eaten, I personally put it in my head. No one ever tied me down and shoved food down my throat. It's all me.
Challenge accepted, not.
Yeah. but the fact that I have difficulty controlling that, versus the quantity and the types and all this, and plus the lack of exercise, that's still because of conditioning. And so I still struggle with it. So it's like, yes, is it my fault? Yes, it's my fault. However, it doesn't mean that it's just like you just snap your fingers and then you go away. I told before the idea that, if you were, imagine if you were a heroin addict and you had to consume heroin 2 to 4 times a day to survive, but too much heroin is going to kill you. Yeah, how many heroin addicts could be able to, how many people that do heroin could control that? Probably not many.
So so based on what you're saying, can I put another, just, I don't know, because I'm down like a philosophical rabbit hole now. Thanks, guys. Okay, so based on this notion that we know that all kinds of things become addictive or habitual in such a way that they oppress us somehow, right? Like, if you're being forced to make a decision, forced is maybe the wrong word, but coerced into making decisions that you might not have otherwise made if you were, say, free of kind of the food addiction, or free of the World of Warcraft addiction, or free of me wanting to compulsively buy books addiction, whatever it happens to be, right? Your retail therapy addiction. If we know that we all suffer this predilection to something, whatever that may be. So, some people are literally addicted to exercise because of the adrenaline highs that it gives you. So we're as a human being, you have a predilection towards something or another. And if we perceive that those things are oppressive agents because they are in some way, shape, or form infringing our ability to freely, full, informed, consentingly make decisions for ourselves, why are we so against the idea of, if our goal is to better human lives and human existence, why are we so against the idea of outside agents making good decisions for us when we lack the ability? We know we lack the ability to do it for ourselves. Do we actually consider that making terrible decisions, making unhealthy decisions, doing things that distinctly do not benefit us as people, do we consider that to be an essential part of the living human experience?
In Western medicine,
questions in there.
In Western medicine, ethics would be based on a core set of principles, and among them usually is autonomy. And so if you're acting ethically, you're giving the person autonomy over their own decisions.
Yes, but if they can't have that autonomy, if we know that a person can't have that autonomy, that we don't have that autonomy, that we're making biased decisions for ourselves, and that other people will do the same thing for themselves. But we know that those decisions could be made more objectively. Then
what do you mean they don't have that autonomy? That was...
Well, if you're addicted to gambling, for example, you don't have the ability to make a decision to say necessarily do other things with your money other than to go and gamble it, because that's what you're addicted to doing. So you can't very well make a decision to say invest your money and put it away and save it.
Well, wait a minute. Wait. I have to disagree with that. I'm sure you like that option is definitely there. It's just more difficult, not impossible.
Sure. But
I mean,
the defining factor of addiction is that you, even though the option is there, you are making the worst choice for yourself, not the best choice for yourself.
Well, but I think what I'm saying is I don't think that's necessarily an absolute. You know, I think it is possible to resist once or twice, to force yourself to do it, even if the addiction comes back.
Sure, I'm not saying it doesn't.
With process addictions, it's a lot harder to strip someone of their civil rights, right? I have seen it happen. The biggest case I've seen on YouTube was actually Eugenia Cooney, who was starving herself to death. She was like, 80 pounds and about as tall as you, Amy.
I know who you're talking about.
Okay, so other YouTubers were very concerned about her, but actually, her own family stepped in, intervened, and some people have to be put into a program where they are going to be force-fed, not allowed to even see their own weight on a scale. All the calorie information from their food is removed from the hospital room. So like bags of chips come on a paper plate instead of in the bag, because they're not allowed to see the nutritional value. It's controlled for them until they get to a point where they can control it themselves. That happens. Most all the emergency commitments and voluntary commitments I've ever been a part of authoring were for illicit drugs. But it does happen that people have other addictions that they need to be involuntarily committed for. And usually it's family that petition.
Well, I think especially when someone's addiction is starting to affect other people, like if you're a parent or a spouse, to say you have a significant other and you're supposed to be contributing your part of the rent and you're gambling away the rent money. Now your bad choices or your compulsion is affecting not just you, you're affecting somebody else. So then it gets. I would think that probably easier than to then potentially limit somebody's freedoms, because like, hey, you're negatively impacting somebody else. So we get to kind of do the same thing back to you for defensively.
I mean, well, that's kind of the premise behind all things like seatbelt laws and things having to do with insurance, for example, and whatnot, right? Is that if you don't wear a seatbelt, then helmet laws, you don't wear a helmet, you get in a wreck, suddenly you end up, costing me a bunch of money through channels and channels and channels, right? I mean, if we know that we will do things as humans that cause us to make these kinds of decisions that ultimately decrease the value of human life, then why are we so obsessed with making sure we have the ability to make bad decisions?
I think another reason for this is criminal culpability. Like, I wish that Blizzard, the makers of World of Warcraft, could be sued for health costs, just like we could raise taxes on sodas, like sodas over a certain size, right? Because they are correlated to people sitting on their ass and being sedentary.
Yeah.
Right? I've never recovered from that. Seriously. I got the World of Warcraft 100 pounds. It's never going away.
Well, that's what VR is for, dude.
They don't have a VR version of World of Warcraft yet. But
they do have VR Skyrim.
There's other culpability issues as well. Like,
good soundtrack.
If casinos could be sued for exploiting people with medical conditions, and gambling is considered that medical condition that they're exploiting people for, they would lose a lot of money. Also, if people had a certain sex addiction that made them go outside of consensual constraints and they're being prosecuted by the criminal justice system, it wouldn't behoove us to have a listing for sex addiction to raping people in the DSM, because then they would have the defense of I'm just sick in the head, where we kind of want to put those people away in prison, you know.
I mean, can't we put them away and under the premise of sick in the head? Isn't that what Bedlam's about? I'm just.
Well,
I'm okay. I'm being a little snarky over here.
You know, part of prison is reform, and part of it is punishment, depending on which state you're in. You know.
Yeah, because a lot of what I've heard is that prison is very much punishment in a lot of places. Like, very rarely is it about rehab.
Yeah, very often.
So
that costs money. The rehab part costs a lot more money than just warehousing people and letting them get beat up and raped.
Except that's not even true, because there's all that recidivism. Like people who don't get the rehab end up back in prison.
That's true.
Plus, a lot of that is by design because of the private prison industry.
Yeah, the prison industrial complex is terrible, terrible, terrible. And also, recidivism, though, is not just that they didn't really get the help they needed. It's also that when you get out, there's nothing for you to do. It is very, very hard to be a felon and then go back to, say, doing and getting regular jobs and functioning in the world and all kinds of things. Sorry, I didn't mean to just tear out. I'll shut up.
Yeah, I agree with it. But also, food addiction is in a completely different part of the DSM. It's not called food addiction. It's called an eating disorder, right? If it were called food addiction, we might, in criminal justice, decide that it would be okay for me to sue Mountain Dew for me being fat, right? So we take some of the culpability and kind of write it away as, well, no, it's really this other thing. But really, when we're talking about mental health, there's people that just look at problems with different lenses. I primarily use addiction, right? The book that is written, that is our Bible, is written by thousands of people all at the same time. And part of what they're thinking is, how could this be abused by people to start lawsuits, right? Or defend themselves from doing heinous things. And so we don't want people suing Twinkies because they ate the Twinkies, even though you could make the argument that Twinkie is addictive. It is full of everything that's going to addict you, right? We don't want people suing Twinkies out of existence. So we just look at it.
Why don't we want people suing Twinkies out of existence?
What?
Why don't we want people suing Twinkies out of existence?
Because we want Twinkies to be
good. Well, because Twinkies are delicious. What are you talking about? You
Hostess employs a whole bunch of people and they have lobbyists.
I have maybe 6 of them a year. Let me have my 6 Twinkies
I'm
a year.
being facetious, really. I mean, I'm all for, this whole conversation started with the legalization of cocaine and other hard drugs in Oregon. And as someone who once upon a time had a serious problem with cocaine as well as a serious problem with gambling, I understand the perils of, vices being legal. But overall, I come down on the more libertarian side, which basically says, let me be an adult, make my own decisions, and deal with the consequences, And as long as we have the facilities and abilities and will to deal with the consequences, hopefully adults can learn their own mistakes and not repeat them. But I have very much recognized, like when I used to have a coke problem. Well, I haven't done coke since 1985, right? So it's been a long time. But when I did it and then I quit, I had to diss all my coke buddies for a long time because obviously I couldn't be around it. But then to sort of try to make myself strong, I started to hang around them again and everything and be around it and all that kind of stuff. But the fact is that there are some people, I very nearly was one of them. If I kept going down that rabbit hole, I would have lost any sense of personal agency. My life would have been, the goal of my existence would have been feeding my addiction. That's where I was. I was at the point where if I didn't stop this now, I was going to be doing immoral, illegal things to service my addiction.
I mean, this is the reason, and I think the distinction that at least some people make between legalization and decriminalization. The idea that, like in Portugal, they decriminalized almost everything. There's a few things that are still in the books, almost everything. But
And
then
use went right down.
right, and use went down. What they do is because they use the money that they used to spend on criminal justice, and they use it on treatment. So they say, okay, we don't think you should do these things, but if you do, we're not gonna treat you like a criminal. However, if you develop a problem, we're gonna treat you like a sick person, and we're gonna medically treat you, psychologically treat you to prevent you from hurting yourself or others or doing immoral things. Which is cheaper and it actually reduced the number of people who actually use total, which is amazing.
Do you
He's
think
not
that
here, and I know Kazoom saw this video because he commented on it too, but Robert Wallace actually made a good argument as to what happens when you don't turn around and use that money that you saved towards treatment programs and all that. It's that when you decriminalize, but you don't, and you still keep it illegal in a different sense to distribute it, then the only avenues are illegal. And it's kind of a twist on the if guns become illegal, then only criminals will have guns argument. But it only works that way if you don't use that extra money you save towards treatment programs and just better living programs in general.
Shadow in the chat. Yes, it's worked incredibly well in Portugal. Overall, drug use is down, addiction is way down, and drug-related crime is down dramatically.
So is non-drug related depression.
Oh, interesting.
Because some of those programs carry over into just generally depression.
Right.
Well, it's kind of like the places that decide to legalize prostitution. And they thought it would be terrible for the family, but the divorce rates dropped instead. Right. And of course, everyone was taken care of. Now you can see the medical records and this, that, and the other thing. Everyone gets tested. It worked out pretty well for people.
Right. Well, that's the thing also, especially since, and this never made sense to me. It was like, okay, so if we, because the people who argue that prostitution should be illegal because of trafficking, I'm like, well, trafficking is already illegal. And secondly, if that, even if that's your motivation, why would you treat the prostitute who would be the victim here? Why would you treat them as a criminal? That makes no sense whatsoever. It's like, well, you're being exploited, so we're going to put you in jail and exploit you some more. Like, what? Now in France, what they've done, prostitution was legal. They've now criminalized being not the provider is not criminalize the person who goes to see them, which has been kind of messed up because basically you're telling people, and it's largely women, okay, you can legally do this, but anybody comes to pay you is in trouble. So therefore, we basically effectively still keep your job illegal and basically drive it underground. So it's not much better than it was when it was completely illegal, and we're now also basically killing your customer base because if we catch them, we're going to arrest them and put them in jail.
Somebody give me one good reason.
We're going to know where you're located, so we can get your customers as they visit you.
To not legalize prostitution.
Like, I agree.
Ew. No,
I mean, any good argument? Like, is there any good argument?
No.
I absolutely agree. I think it's very funny that they call it the oldest profession, right? And yet it's illegal all over the world. How does that work?
It's ridiculous. It's another way to control.
Religion is how that works.
Yeah, it's another way to control women. Because again, I get into an argument with somebody. It was about 3 or 4 years ago on YouTube in a hangout, and they were an atheist and supposedly a feminist, but they were not a sex positive feminist, and they were arguing against. And their arguments were just ridiculous. It was juvenile. One was the trafficking argument, which again we pointed out, trafficking is already illegal. So yes, trafficking. So if someone is engaged in the practice and they are not trafficked, that shouldn't be a problem. But then they started saying really ridiculous shit like, well, if prostitution is legal, then it wouldn't be wrong or illegal for a man to like basically proposition you at work. I'm like, Yeah, it fucking would, because one has nothing to do with the other. Because it's legal for someone to fuck someone else for free. That doesn't mean I can go to my employee and say, "Hey, you want to fuck?" Because that's it's a workplace thing. It has nothing. It was just the most ludicrous arguments that I had ever heard in my life. And it was like, I was almost saying like, well, if prostitution was legal, the potential prostitute wouldn't be able to say no. I'm like, bullshit. I mean, that's just a lie. It's just a fucking lie.
That was legal, not mandatory.
Right, exactly. Yeah, it's not mandatory prostitution.
It's worth mentioning in passing, although I won't name any names, that we have a member on the panel right here, right now, who has taken money for sex.
I mean, I haven't, but I know people I know that have done this. So,
I know that if I want sex, I have to buy it. So it wasn't me.
It was me. Yeah, I was an escort.
Yeah, I definitely have male friends who have been escorts, and woo-wee, let me tell you what, them sugar mamas, the ones that can afford it, they got some nice things.
Oh, yeah.
There's some fringe benefits that come with that. Like, here,
when I lived in
$70,000 car.
When I lived in Pennsylvania, I knew this woman, and I was much younger and many pounds ago, but she liked me, and she was like, we would meet at this nudist colony in north of Allentown, and she told me once, she's like, oh yeah, you do really well in the fall. I'm like, what are you talking about? Like, well, Irv here, the owner of the place, these like professional women come up from New York City looking for young guys, and I was only like late 20s at the time, and you do really well. So I was offered it, but then I was hanging with her and some other chick, and then who was friends of hers, and then they got into a fight over each other, and then that blew the whole thing. But I almost got paid to do it.
I mean, I gotta be real careful though, because I'm I feel like, well, first of all, I am a woman, and the vast majority of my life, I didn't grow up in the era of progressiveness that we are in now. And so when I was, young enough that I was first started dating or whatever, I mean, as long as we're going to talk about money, money for sex, I mean, did a dude ever give me money and then I turn around and gave him sex? No. But did a dude ever take me out clubbing, dinner, all of the things, and then maybe somewhere along the way? I mean, is there really a difference, right? It's just that all those things are just the middle step, right? They're just like
there is a difference, though.
There's a difference.
The dude buying you meals and tickets and everything, the difference is he's gambling.
You know what the difference is that maybe everybody just could have got their like hours worth of whatever, gone home, been happy, and watched a movie that they liked, as opposed to having to hang out with somebody for a long time and maybe spending money. Like, I don't, how much I actually spend money on food. Like, no, everyone in my house pretty much hates this attribute about me, I am sure, because I never buy food. If I am left to my own devices, I eat the cheapest, simplest crap that I can, and all my money goes to books. That is where my money goes, right? And so I'm like, or that dude, I could have just been like, you know what, guy, if you give me the equivalent of a movie and a dinner, let's just skip all those things. I don't want to see a movie, and I don't like to buy food out.
Here's the difference. A personal connection.
What are you holding? Are you holding a video camera with
I'm
a
actually holding my non-prostitutional agreement with you, in that what I want from you, Amy, is I want to pay you this money to make a porno movie with me, right? And because I have this camera and I'm a known videographer, it is not prostitution. We're just making a movie.
Yeah, how much does it cost to make that movie right there?
I didn't pull out all the money.
I mean, I'm not putting it off the table. Whatever. Like, I'm pretty sure
I'm just saying, why is it legal? Why is it legal if I have a camera?
Yeah, I get.
Actually, Mike, there are places in the country where making pornos is illegal for exactly that because they equate it to prostitution. Now, I heard Rob say that difference is personal connection, and I totally understand what he's talking about. However, that's not universally true because if you see somebody regularly, and the two people or the people I shouldn't
Sure.
say the people involved are willing to be vulnerable, they could
Sure, you can build a rapport with a repeat client. Right. I had a couple of those. Yeah. But that's still not the same as a date. One is work and the other is personal enjoyment time. It's kind of like, getting naked, right? Getting naked to go into the shower and getting naked, in front of somebody for a reason it's not a shower is not the same thing. So I mean they're different.
Left out getting naked for a parade where you're going to be on rollerblades.
Everything but the rollerblades I did.
I saw the video with Kate on the rollerblades. I saw Kate naked.
Yeah, you did. A lot of the world has. I'd do it again if there wasn't a pandemic.
I get thank you cards from my clients.
See what's interesting, and I know, even though it's rare, is if there's initially a business arrangement and then turns into something personal. That can happen too. Not happens, but it can happen.
That happens. I mean, like the clients I saw, I was charging them about $100 an hour. And there were a couple of clients that would book a couple of hours at a time, and they'd only spend about 20 minutes, but they'd pay for the entire 2 hours.
Right.
Then there were other guys that would give tips that were larger than the amount of time that they paid for. There are some guys that get off on just the paying. It's just the whole scenario that they're dishing out money. That gets them off.
Interesting.
So, people are weird.
All I know is that there are predilections for absolutely everything in this world. There is literally nothing.
I've never verified this because ew. But there's a Jim Jeffries routine that I've watched a couple of times where he says that the one fetish he couldn't find was uncircumcised. He searched as much porn as he could find. He could not find uncircumcised porn.
He was looking for the wrong part.
Feet are more of a fetish than you horrible people. It was just crazy TV days.
In the gay community, gay porn,
in fact,
uncut.
Yeah, uncut is
uncut. In fact.
Well, it's funny because he did half of that routine on docking.
The South Park movie.
Yeah.
Also, on the South after the South Park movie, there was I noticed a porno called Bigger, Longer, and Uncut, and that was all about uncut.
There's also a thing called docking.
I just mentioned that.
Docking. Yeah, I didn't hear. I'm sorry.
Jim Jeffries' part of his routine was spent on docking.
Yeah.
So
all right. But also, sex for money. There's a certain amount of it also that's a service other than the actual service you're giving. There's like a community type of service involved. I mean, there are some people that the only way that they're going to have any personal, intimate interaction is if they pay for it. I had a client that was a repeat client who had cerebral palsy, and we never had sex. It never got that far. He would come and then he would go. but I mean, he loved the shit out of me. He loved the shit out of me because I was there for him, and that's all he wanted. That's all he needed. I would rub his shoulders. I would rub his chest. He'd squirt. He'd pay me. He'd give me a big hug and leave. There are guys that are I didn't have any that were obese, but like really obese guys a lot of times have hard times, and they pay. people with different kinds of deformities, they pay. So I mean, there's all kinds of stuff.
People with
I just feel like it's
not confident or low social skills.
Oh yeah, a lot
It's
of
just, it's
antisocial
the
guys.
creepiest thing. It's the creepiest thing to me that everybody is so concerned with what consenting adults do. Get out of this your weird social peeping tom, whatever it is. You know, like I if you don't want it, don't do it. But
Right.
there's literally no objection to it that is not founded in some sort of religious morality. I hate
Well,
it.
it's like I'm always saying in my videos, if you can share and play nicely with the other kids, I don't give a shit anything else about what you do.
Exactly. Well, think about and for the same reason, think about this: how much of a revulsion society generally has toward like polyamory.
I mean, a lot.
The only arguments I can even come up with against like legal polyamory would be like, inheritance and who has rights over whom and all of that stuff. If there's like two people, we know who has the right to pull the plug if you're that sick, but if there's like three people and now two of them are arguing over whether to pull the plug on Coma Boy over there, I mean, it's like those legal wrinkles I could see being a barrier toward legal like polyamorous marriage. But if that were a hurdle, I would have no argument I could even think of against it.
And the easy solution is advanced directives. I mean, basically, you can write a legal contract that says this person has rights and this one doesn't, or this person has more rights than the other. If these two people can't agree, this person has priority, and all sorts of things like that.
Right. I mean, it's exactly the same thing that would happen with a state executor. If you have two siblings or whatever, and a parent dies, somebody is going to become that executor and be the one that's making the decisions, or whatever. So, or you all go to court and battle it out there.
Fun.
And sometimes even when you have a will or some directive,
So, but I feel like that's not a very. And I understand that you're not making that actual argument. I just feel like that is not that strong of an argument, because saying that, oh, well, it creates these weird, hard questions, it to me just means, okay, well, then we must find those answers. But we don't just like throw the baby out with the bathwater, that's ridiculous. So, but then
you'd be surprised how many people do
that, probably for obvious reasons.
I spent the last year trying to get solar panels. Right. And I've been dealing with this asshole HOA, and like all they would tell me was the board said no. And finally it came out that the board thought it was too complicated. And then finally after that, they started telling me about the things that were complicated. And there was a lot of valid shit in there. It would have been nice if they could have trusted me enough to give me the info right away without having to threaten them with legal action, but I mean, the point being that like, I mean, sorry, I lost my point in there somewhere.
Solar power.
What?
Solar power.
We were talking about things not being allowed because they are too complicated to do.
Right. You're right. Yeah. I mean, honestly, when I found out that their reasons did have a certain amount of validity, it makes me think about the whole thing with polyamorous marriage. Yeah, that can be complicated. I mean, I would like to see it worked on if that's something people really want, but all I'm really saying is like, if someone raised that objection, I'd be like, you might have a wee smidge of a point there. Let's see what we can do about it.
Yeah. I mean, it's one thing, though, to be like, oh, too complicated. Another thing to say, here is how this is very complicated, or whatever. Because one of these has a path towards something that's actionable, hypothetically, right? But just going, too complicated, no.
Well, especially, I mean, and plus I was even saying not even necessarily polyamorous marriage, although I'm fine with it. It's just the idea of polyamory. people are just like, oh, that's horrible. This is like, well, if you don't want to be in a polyamorous relationship, don't be in one. No one's forcing you to be polyamorous. But if all the people involved are okay with the circumstance, and there's no deception involved, people are open about what the situation is and whatever boundaries they set that everybody follows those boundaries, then yeah, it shouldn't matter. I mean, anybody else's opinion shouldn't matter at all.
Well, like, what do these people think is so terrible about polyamory? I don't get it.
I think that there's a lot of misconception about what it means, and I don't know. Okay, I don't even know if it's okay that I ramble about this for a second, but I think that outside of people that practice polyamory, there's a lot of perception that polyamory is the equivalent of just being able to sleep with anybody because you want to.
Well, that's a problem with all of those, the sort of biggity type people, because when you talk about just straight up homosexuality, is the garden variety white bread homosexuality that is the big print easy reader version most of these folks have in their heads. Okay, let's go with that for a sec. Whenever you try to talk to them about things like gay marriage, all they can talk about is who sleeps with who.
Yeah.
All they can talk about is that's an innie, not an outie, and et cetera, et cetera. Never do they mention love, romance, family, any of that stuff. It just doesn't seem to exist in their brain. All they can think about is the sex part. And I'm sure that in their mind, they hear polyamory, and in their head, they're seeing orgies. They're seeing big Greco-Roman, naked grapes everywhere orgies.
Yes, that's another thing that I also observe. There's a lot of people that think that polyamory is like you were saying. They kind of think. Well, I'm sorry, what?
They equate it with promiscuity.
Well, yes. With promiscuity, with one of the things that goes along with it, though, I think, is that we also have, our society pushes on to everybody. I mean, every one of us. This is how we are presented with the way humans work. Is that sex and love are synonymous ideas, and this is also hugely a religious thing, that you get married to somebody, this is the person that you love, and because you love them, you are having the sex with them. And it is, in my experience of talking to people, this idea is incredibly difficult for many people to disentangle those two concepts. My mom is actually one of them. She has asked me many times, and she's just like, I just can't fathom it. I just can't imagine my husband sleeping with another woman. I would just lose my mind, because to her, these are the same thing. The sex and the love are the same thing. And this is how our society presents sex to people and presents love to people. We are raised in and steeped in that. And so you really do have to kind of make, this, most people that are, in my experience, and I'm sure you know this, Kate, because you've been up here in the Seattle area, I would say Seattle, from Seattle down to Eugene, Oregon, we have huge poly crowds,
hell yeah. Oh my gosh.
But I think that most people that I know, they weren't raised by poly people. They went to it themselves, which means they made this decision in their mind of how they think about sex and how they think about love. And those decisions are often different than how they were raised for whatever reason. But it's a conscious separation, right? And I think that a lot of people that just can't wrap their head around it, and it offends them, is because to them, those two things are they've been taught that they can only be limited to one person. I mean, I even had this, my mom
about commitments.
How do you love more than one person? And I said, don't you love both myself and my brother? We're both your children. You love us. You don't
about that.
these are
About
just some
that, though.
that, I've heard. Go ahead.
I've often, like, I have had trouble using the word love outside of a romantic context, mostly because I don't want to send the wrong message. I've often thought that we need different words for different kinds and levels of love.
Kind of like
Like if it's familial love, if it's friendship,
amore,
like
agape,
deep friendship, all of that stuff. I've often felt like we need separate terms for those, so you can really let people know what you mean without it getting creepy. Because I mean, if I went to one of my friends and said, "Gosh, I love you," they'd be very confused.
Yeah. I wanted to make. Oh, sorry. I just wanted to make a point to what Sister Danger mentioned right before Kate was talking about that, because I mean, I agree that there's a certain amount of conditioning and programming that goes into our attitudes about our own sexuality and what we perceive as love and intimacy and so on. But I think that there's a link for some people between their own ability to be intimate is linked directly also to their feeling of insecurity for not deserving or whatever of being intimate. And I think it's those people in particular that have a hard time understanding things like polyamory or anything else, because they're already in conflict with themselves. Two things are, one is what you want and one's also uncomfortable, and they're sort of sitting in the same bed.
Well, one thing that I sort of was trying to blurt out earlier was commitment. I think a lot of people look at the not just the I'm committed to you for like a family because I love you and I want to be around you for the rest of my life and we should have kids together, love kids, all of that. But there's also the just the notion of, and part of that deal is that you have committed yourself to me, both your life and your sex, all of that. And also I guess part of it is also just inheritance. There were a lot of times where it was like, we have to make sure that this baby is the king's, otherwise this bastard can't inherit. And I'm sure that went all the way down to the barons and all of that, and even just familial like inheritance rights, and all that stuff. So paternity was a big reason for the monogamy that we insist upon. I mean, there's a lot of reasons for it that are just I mean, sure, some of them are stupid, but I think they're more explainable than we've been letting on.
Oh yeah, and I agree with you there. You guys you all know who Tracy Harris is anyway, whether you know her or not. But that's something that she talks a lot about too, and that's a big part of it. Like, hey, when women were universal or practically universally treated as property, sexual exclusivity was really, really important, and especially when it came to inheritance, passing the titles and all this kind of stuff. And so as long as chiefly women are treated as possessions, then that kind of enforces that mindset toward monogamy. When you get away from that, it becomes less of an issue. And actually, you think about it, not all, but I find a lot of people that are accepting of polyamory and maybe practice polyamory, they're less likely to actually have children and all that. So it's certainly not an issue for them, all those other concerns. And that's the thing I always get. I'm like, yeah, we're not forcing people to be polyamorous. We're just saying they should be allowed if they're comfortable with that situation.
Yeah.
That was one of the things that always weirded me out the most when people would make arguments against homosexuality. And a lot of it was like, how do I explain to my children if two men are getting married, if two women are getting married? It's like, you don't have to explain it to them. It's right there. I mean,
I don't understand that question.
For you, it's weird. For you, it was a strange alien thing. But if it's all your kid ever sees, it's not going to be that weird. I mean, again, I hate to keep bringing up the fact that I was raised by hippies, but I saw plenty of LGBT stuff long before I was even in kindergarten. None of it prurient, none of it X-rated, but, it was normalized for me at a young age, and it will be for these other kids too if you let it.
I totally agree.
And, it was. And this is one of the things that up in Washington, the Initiative 90, I-90 or whatever was the, I think Kazoom maybe knows about it because he's also in Washington.
Yeah.
It's the sex ed. It's the mandatory sex ed for kindergarten through K through 12 or whatever. And the arguments that I saw in mothers groups, or whatever on Facebook for why this was just, I can't believe this got approved. This is just so disgusting. Whatever. One of the things, it was just like, well, just how do you tell your kids? And I'm like, you just open your mouth and you aren't afraid to say the word vagina, penis, right? Like, I mean, the crazy amount of people just like, there was like pornographic images. I'm like, if it's possible for stick people to be pornographic, I mean, I guess. Like, I looked at that material. I mean,
and part of that goes from, particularly with religion, is the shame of the human body. There's like the idea that the body is shameful and sex is shameful, and a lot of that comes out of religion. How am
I supposed to talk to my kids? Open your fucking mouth and say words.
When it came to that bill, when I looked at the arguments against it, it was basically saying, "Oh, it goes against the scriptures." Oh, boo-hoo, right?
Well, maybe this was just me being weird, but I've often wondered if maybe the problem is that the scientific words for our naughty bits are really awkward words. Like, I mean, if you listen to the rhythm of vagina, it's just a sort of up and a thing, and then penis. You don't usually get that penis sound going on.
Penis.
They're just weird.
Penis makes it sound small and unimportant.
They're just weird words. Like I think it's why people are so much more comfortable saying things like dick or cock, or pussy or whatever. I'm not going to say the C word. My point being is that I wonder if how much of our embarrassment, how much of our unwillingness to say these words just comes from how awkward they are.
Well,
vagina.
You can't say happiness without saying penis, right?
Right.
Well, see, the thing
is, now he's not going to be able to unforget that for a minute.
For the first year or two of my life, my parents and I lived really close to Enosburg, Vermont.
One thing that always got me is when the argument against homosexuality was always like about whether or not it was natural. I'm like, do you drive a car? Do you wear polyester fibers? Did you hunt the food you eat personally with a spear that you made from flint that you smashed together to make a sharp edge? No, then shut the fuck up about natural. It's so fucking stupid. I'm like, I believe it's natural, but even if it wasn't, that wouldn't make it inherently bad.
Well, the whole homosexuality is a choice argument never made sense, just because it's like, okay, let's suppose it is a choice. Yeah. Does that thus mean you get to deny people things because they chose to be that way? No, you can't get married because you chose to be gay. And it's like, well, what if I chose to be straight? And of course, they see choosing to be straight as not a thing because straight is the default. But I mean, it's so unevenly applied, their standards. That's the problem.
That and the other one is like, well, if we make it illegal, then like basically like everyone will become gay. Like if it's okay to be gay, we'll all be gay. I'm like, you know what? What has it been, like 8, 10, 12 years now since marriage equality was passed, was made the law of the land. I have not like bummed a dude or sucked another guy's dick in that entire time. Not
you
one.
know what's interesting about that to me? So that statement, if it was okay to be gay, everyone would be gay.
I have.
Now, yeah, I mean, I've sucked a guy's dick.
You, right.
Anyway, one of the things I find interesting about that comment, though, if it was okay to be gay, this comment sheds so much light on the fact that it is literally about people believing that women are supposed to be out there having babies. Because let's say that were true. Let's just say that were true. If it was okay to be gay, everybody would be gay. What would be wrong with that, right? Where does that argument go? What would be wrong if literally?
Well, I think you're giving them way too much credit. I think you're giving them way too much credit.
No, I'm not saying we're aware of it. I'm saying that this is what I think it's. This is an
I've actually heard someone push that argument, and they actually said to me, "Well, then everybody would be gay, and then the population would drop." I'm like,
right, and what if it did? And then what's the problem with that?
Yeah, we live on a planet with like 7+ billion people, rapidly heading toward with not enough resources, or at least the resources are not spread out equitably in a way that keep everybody alive properly. So, like, yeah, we could use with the population going down for a bit anyway.
Well, honestly, though, I think that a lot of these arguments are going in the wrong direction simply because they're playing into the narrative that they've constructed that everyone would be gay. Oh, well, what's wrong with that? No. You say to them, would you be gay? Is that something you feel like you would want if it was okay to happen? Would any of your friends want that, do you think? And like, I mean, do you think that people would want to stop having families and having children? Do you really think that would stop? I mean, you've got a whole bunch of people fighting to be who they are because they say they don't want what you want. And it seems like everyone else wants what you want. So do you really think all of them are just going to change their minds willy-nilly? Do you really believe that?
Yeah,
because that just rips their narrative apart because, I can't buy into their framing. I just can't.
Rob, boost your mic, Robbie, hard to hear.
I said, or you could be like me and have everything.
There you go.
It depends on what you want. Personally, I don't ever want to be a parent.
That's just greedy, Rob. That's just greedy.
I've really got to end the show.
Oh man,
we've gone past 4 hours, and I'm really overdone it tonight. Really,
I'm hungry, very hungry.
Conversation's interesting, and it is. I gotta go. So, yeah. And
I suppose I can allow that.
I'm gonna turn it off. So anyway, I want to thank you guys all for coming tonight, and obviously the crowd as well on the sidelines. And I think this is a good place for us to pick up next week, actually, because it also avoids the politics. And I think considering what the week we just had and the fact that we've gone for 4.5 hours nearly, we've managed to avoid politics to a pretty large degree and still keep it interesting. So thank everyone for that. Case like it was interesting.
No, I'm like, didn't we talk about nothing but politics?
Are you kidding? We talked about politics for like an hour. That's about it.
Yep.
Okay.
Well, I mean, even what we were just
I guess that was a really intense hour because I thought
No, it's not pretty intense.
Maybe an hour and a half. I don't know, but it wasn't forever. That's for sure. Anyway, listen, guys. Much love. Thanks again. I'm going to say goodbye to the audience and press